So that's Carmen on the screen. She was a gentle, loving, kind person. She engaged with us on a level that really inspired. I'd like to introduce to you the YAPPI ecosystem. The YAPPI ecosystem is made of many different parts. We have the online segment, which YAPPIans went through that narrative, and we're doing it one animator at a time. Demo day. YAPPIans, if you are here with me, today is demo day. Okay. You need to register why we are here today. If you walk around the exhibit, preparing you for demo day. Also, we're going to have demo day pitches here, and that essentially means enterprises who have formed themselves into teams will come and stand before you today and sell themselves to you. They will tell you the story of their enterprise. They will tell you what it is they are looking to achieve. They will tell you how much money they want you to invest. This is the day the Lord has made. The teams who are pitching understand why I'm saying so, because the journey has not been easy. We've put them through the ringer, and finally, we are here today. So, without wasting a lot more time, I'd like to say welcome to Demo Day, and may the best team win. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ikenna Ogwike. Can we please give him another resounding round of applause? The Chief Operating Officer of the Delaware Group. Thank you so much, sir. I'd also like to make welcome a Nollywood legend. I mean, if you watch Nollywood movies, then you know her. These are people who form the foundation of the industry. And even more than that, somebody who is very passionate about youth empowerment, youth development, and in particular, women's development. Please join me in making welcome Mrs. Stephanie Linus. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now we've told you about YAPPI, quite a bit about YAPPI. We've told you about the Youth in Work component of YAPPI. So it's not just about learning skills and just having that in your repository somewhere. It's about earning from what you actually know how to do. But we think that pictures tell a better story. Do you agree? Yes. So we're going to play a short documentary now for you on YAPPI and our journey so far.
In a nation brimming with untapped potential, the Youth in Animation and Post-Production Initiative, YAPPI, emerges as a beacon of opportunity. Created by the Del York Creative Academy in partnership with the Mastercard Foundation, YAPPI is set to transform lives by providing young people with the skills needed for the burgeoning animation industry, positioning Nigeria as a global outsourcing hub for animation and post-production talent. Animation, a technique that brings static images to life, has a rich history dating back to early hand-drawn animations and evolving into today's sophisticated digital creations. It encompasses various facets such as 2D and 3D animation, visual effects, VFX, motion graphics, and character animation. These elements come together to create the compelling content we see in cartoons, films, video games, advertisements, and more. Beyond entertainment, animation plays a vital role in education, medical simulations, architectural visualizations, marketing, visual reality, and even scientific research. The global animation industry is on the verge of explosive growth, projected to reach $600 billion by 2030. Yet, Nigeria's current share in this thriving market is less than 2%. even with the recent celebrated efforts to use animation to tell Nigerian stories. YAPPI aims to bridge this gap, fostering young talent and equipping them with the skills necessary to excel in this dynamic field. At the core of YAPPI's mission is the commitment to empower youth, especially women who are often underrepresented in this sector. Our ambitious goal is to train 60,000 young individuals aged 18 to 35 over the next 5 years. The journey began with a signing ceremony with the Mastercard Foundation, marking a moment of promise and potential. Through strategic sessions, a dedicated team crafted a robust curriculum and secured top-notch facilitators to ensure the highest quality of education. In a society where stereotypes often dictate career choices, YAPPI's enrollment journey for Cohort 1 defied expectations. Through extensive outreach in Lagos, Abuja and Enugu, YAPPI successfully registered 16,000 students in its first year, with over 12,000 verified on the Del Your Creative Academy Learning Management System, transitioned to the on-site phase and progressed to the post-production platform. The YAPPI journey has been transformative for its students. Immersed in cutting-edge online and on-site lessons, they discovered their creative potential through stop-motion projects, modeling techniques, animation techniques, texturing and lighting, video editing visual effects, and mastery of tools like Blender and Unreal Engine. Students also engage with industry experts through quarterly meetups, gaining invaluable networking opportunities. These interactions accumulate in live competitions, allowing students to showcase their skills and gain confidence in real-world scenarios. A key highlight of the YAPPI program is Demo Day. At the accumulation of the online and on-site learning, students have the chance to pitch their projects to potential investors. Leading up to this event, they undergo intensive training in a bootcamp setting, working closely with mentors and lecturers. This rigorous preparation helps them develop the skills to present their ideas effectively and secure potential funding for their ventures. Beyond technical training, YAPPI prepares and positions students for diverse career paths, whether as entrepreneurs, interns, freelancers, or full-time employees. Through our mentorship program, they learn to build portfolios, craft compelling resumes, and develop business plans. Additionally, they gain skills in pitching, networking, interview preparation, client communication, and more. Animation extends beyond the creative industry. It plays a crucial role in sectors such as health, finance, architecture, education, and marketing. From creating engaging educational content, explainer videos, virtual tours of facilities, and simulating medical procedures, to visualizing architectural designs and enhancing user interfaces, the applications of animation and post-production are vast and impactful. Introducing the YAPPI Enterprise Platform, the first of its kind in Nigeria. This innovative platform connects our graduates with potential employers, ensuring they transition smoothly from training to the workforce. By building a solid ecosystem, YAPPI Enterprise empowers students to find opportunities that match their skills and aspirations, fostering a community of thriving professionals. As YAPPI continues its mission, its impact on the Nigerian animation and post-production industry is limitless. Our graduates are not just skilled professionals, they are innovators, ready to lead the industry to new heights. YAPPI is more than a program, it's a dream factory. It's a place where talents are nurtured, potential is unleashed and futures are shaped. Join us on this remarkable journey of growth, empowerment, and boundless creativity. While Disney and Pixar bring stories to life through their lens, YAPPI is here to change existing narratives and ensure that our African stories are told by us, for us. YAPPI, shaping dreams, creating futures.
A truly interesting story there. Just taking you through the journey for some of these students and what they've been able to experience in their time in YAPPI. Please, another round of applause for all of them. We had initially asked for everyone who's here, because we have a full hall and some people all the way behind. I may not be able to see you, but if this week is the first time that you're experiencing or hearing about YAPPI, can I have you wave if you're here? Okay, I was going to do it like church, where we say at the end of the service, the ushers would meet you at the back of the hall. But anyway, if we have any of those people here, the ushers will meet you at the end of service this morning. We have a whole lot to achieve today, and the conversations will continue to fully express the journey so far, but also to enlighten us on broader conversations concerning the creative space, concerning the youth in animations and post-production. Up next, we're going to be having a very, very fascinating panel. And to moderate that panel, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to introduce our moderator. She is a corporate executive, an entrepreneur with over 25 years of multi-sectoral experience. She is the founder, CEO of AT3 Resources, and has led brand building initiatives to global giants and local conglomerates such as Coca-Cola, Meta, Procter & Gamble, Guinness, Microsoft, and many others. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together for the moderator for our next panel session, Ms. Tosin Adefeko, the founder and CEO of AT3 Resources. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Tosin Adefeko. I think the MC has already introduced me sufficiently, but I just simply like to call myself a storyteller. So I'm the chief storyteller at AT3 Resources, and I've worked in comms, for quite a few decades. So when Ikenna sent to me to come and help moderate this session, I'm like, okay, gladly. Happy to be here. It's great work you guys do at YAPPI and Del York, and it's my privilege to moderate this session. I will introduce my co-panelists and then take a seat, because you didn't come here to listen to me, trust me. These guys are the experts from different sectors of the economy, the animation space, industries, policy, and you'll be glad, you came to listen to them. First, let me call up Rumu. She asked me to call her Rumu, so I don't murder her name. Rumu Ewuberi. She's the lead country programs at Mastercard Foundation. Welcome, Rumu. Next, I'll call up Ayodele Elegba, who's the founder at Spoof Animation, to join us on stage. Can we have Dr. Bumikola Kole Daudu? He's the Lagos State Manager at SMEDA, Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency. You're most welcome, Doctor. Can we have Fori Banu, who's the SME Development Specialist at BOI? We all know BOI, so you have someone here to answer all your questions. Last but not the least, I'll call up Temi Afolabi of Xbox. He's the Global Expansion Lead. This is the guy that produces those game boxes that I'm terrified of because my sons will not get off them. Welcome, Temi. Okay. Now, I'm trying to make sure that we have a very deliberative conversation. From what YAPPI is trying to achieve here today, I believe this conversation will help, especially the beyond the experts in the animation industry, it's also going to help the new graduates and people that are just going into the field. So the first thing I want us to tackle is always about funding, isn't it? So, Fori, you wouldn't mind starting this conversation, just so that you can help us with some insights on industry funding, private, public sector investment, and of course, infrastructure support. So, what are the primary financial and infrastructural barriers that you think are limiting to this industry, the animation industry?
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, YAPPI and Doyork Academy and Mastercard Foundation for this opportunity to speak on these issues. Creatives are one of the most important parts of the Nigerian enterprise, the Nigerian story. In terms of financing and your question, and I would like to relate it to what the Bank of Industry is doing and what IDICE is doing. So we know that Nollywood built itself, and we know that the tech industry built itself. There's very little government intersection in that. So that's private funding and private artistry and private creativity and just doggedness in the face of little or no support in that regard. And they have become globally, at least on the creative side, Nollywood has become a global brand and it's making millions and millions of dollars for everyone. In terms of that structure and how it came about, we know that it was just grit. But long-term, an ecosystem cannot survive only on grit. It has to be funded, it has to be resourced, it has to be supported. And the Investment in Digital and Creative Enterprises program is federal government's skin in the game. It's the federal government's effort to say, these ecosystems have funded themselves more or less. What can we do to support this sort of funding? And how we do this is through the various pillars. But the one that has to do with financing is our access to finance pillar. Under that, there's access to funding for equity pools and debt pools. So on the equity side, we have $137 million through dedicated fund managers who are going to look through the industry, creative and tech as well, but this speaks more to creative in this event, and fund startups in this section. In the debt pool, we have $110 million from the Islamic Development Bank, and we have $45 million from BOI as well. And those are to equip artists with the necessary financing that they need to get into that space. How it's interesting to this question is that this financing is private and public sector. So while the federal government is putting resources to, the private sector is also going to add their own bit of resources, particularly on the equity fund through the VC funds, the venture capitalist funds that will come on board and run the fund themselves. So it will be 50-50 in terms of matching funds, but also it will be the fund manager itself that makes investment decisions. So it is not the federal government picking the winners. It will be the market that will pick the winners. So that is my opening salvo, should I say, about how that works. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Fori, but I don't want us to move away from the funding conversation just yet. So in terms of the last mile, and I'm sure some of the people here are mostly startups, they're just entering the industry. What sort of resource allocation do you think is available for such recipients?
Okay, so all the funds of IDICE are envisioned for startups, or most of the funding. So in our case, our beneficiary pool is between 15 to 35 years old, and within the tech or creative sector. So how this works is, for example, on the equity side, there's $137 million available. It's going to be run by 3 funds. There's the tech fund, there's the creative fund, and there's the fund of funds. The tech fund, of course, is for tech. The creative fund is for creatives, and the fund of funds will manage both. And in terms of last mile and areas or parts of the country that you don't think of, so all the money doesn't come to you in Lagos. There's 20% that is ring-fenced to be spread across the country. Animation, in particular, in terms of creativity, has the advantage of being both a tech and a creative endeavor. There's a lot of tech involved, and there's the creative aspects as well. So you can probably benefit from both funds. Now, this $137 million is going to be spread across these 3 funds, and there will be a process for application. Any startup can apply. You don't need to know anybody. You don't need to call anybody. You don't need to have any insight. It's purely based on the strength of your ideas, and that's why we're marshalling this through the Bank of Industry that has that support. So in that sense, once the applications are out, and just follow as well, is bringing $45 million into that fray. For the Bank of Industry side, we're working on the debt, but our commitment is that it will be single-digit loans so that we don't burden the creatives and the tech people that are going to access those loans. So those are the ways that you can access it through our program.
Thank you for it. That was quite detailed. And in case you didn't pick anything from that, just remember that the strength of your ideas can give you access to funding. Take that one line and keep it for your use. Thank you for it. Okay, I'm not going to move into the players yet. Let's talk to Dr. Bumi Kole-Daudu. Dr. Kole-Daudu, I know you're the Lagos State Manager for SMEDAN, and in terms of policy, there's no industrial growth or expansion or scaling for global success that can happen without friendly policies. We all agree on that. So what are the frameworks? I want you to give us some of your frameworks. How does SMEDAN currently support animation and other creative industries in Nigeria? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator, and good morning, everyone. So just to go straight to your question, it's a two-way thing, right? For policy formulation for MSMEs, we don't do that just because we want to formulate policy or we're created to formulate policy or implement the policies. So we consider the ecosystem players first of all. And I mean, who are the greatest ecosystem players are actually the SMEs, those that actually own the business. So it is difficult for government to come to you. So of course we expect you to, first of all, come to us, tell us your ideas, bring us up to speed with what you have or what you are doing, and then we can look at this together and then probably inculcate it into the national MSME policy, as the case may be. So what we do is stakeholders engagement. After the stakeholders engagement, then we can move into this having proper discussion according to sectors with SMEs. So for funding the creative, okay, so we just started that now. We have a young director general, and I'm sure that you're all aware. And upon his resumption into to SMEDAN about 2 years ago, he was able to create the creative, the innovation, and then the intellectual property and digital desk. It is a unit under the DG's office, and this unit is saddled with the responsibility of having conversation with, programs like this or SMEs like this. Fortunately, I'm part of that unit. And so it is expedient for me to be here today to have, this kind of conversation with people on the panel, and then of course the students or the SMEs in this. Taking this further, what we've been able to do is to look critically outside of government, how we can partner with some organization in and outside of Nigeria to create special funds for SMEs, particularly in this subsector. And then we can delve into animation. I cannot lie to you because it's a new thing, right, to us. But of course, we need to bring this into the fold of our creatives, and that is what we at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. But before you put your mic down, so as you formulate these policies, I understand that it's new to you, and with the new DG's frameworks and everything coming up. Is there anything specifically tailored to the animation industry? I'm trying to help the crowd focus on the industry they're in, and if there's any way they can access,
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a capital no, but we're open to it. Like I said, the DG just created the creative, the innovation, intellectual property, and digital desk. And so we expect that after this program, you can reach us, and then we can have a proper conversation with not only the actors, but all others within the value chain, for us to have, first of all, a stakeholders engagement, where you will bring us up speed to what is happening in that subsector, and then look at it internally with the mandates that government has given to us. Then we can come to an agreement or to scope where it is easy for us to bring this together and shape it for funding, for intervention, for support, for value chain matching and all the rest. So that's the best that we can do.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Let me move to Tammy, because I know you're a big player in the industry already, and Xbox is more into gaming, if I might say. But what are the opportunities for animation entrepreneurs to expand into gaming?
Okay, thank you for that question. Thank you to Del York, YAPPI, and the Mastercard Foundation for having us and putting this event together. In terms of opportunities for animators in the gaming industry, I mean, I think the short answer is that the opportunities are endless. I think there's a lot of overlap between both industries. One obvious opportunity, I think, is the opportunity for moving animation IP to create gaming and game products. So we see that already happening in Nigeria. We have a great example of that. How many people heard of Iwaju that came out on Disney? You know that? A Nigerian studio, Malio Games, then made a mobile game using that IP in partnership with Disney and Bugatti. So that's just one very obvious way that animation and gaming overlap. But also, if you're an animator, your skills are very relevant to the gaming industry. I think that goes without saying in terms of character design, world building, and then even more technical skills like rigging, motion capture, and so on and so forth. I think animators are the ones responsible for bringing a lot of gaming products and gaming IPs to life. And then another example I'll give is, so last year at Xbox, one of the studios we manage internally came to me and they were interested in a project, and what they wanted to do was, so currently a lot of major AAA studios outsource a lot of the work they do. So when you play a game like Call of Duty, Forza, 50-70% of it was made, 50 to 70% of it was made outside, the US or wherever that studio is, and a lot of that work outsourced. So they came to us this year, they came to me and they said, we're looking at exploring the opportunity to outsource to Africa for numerous reasons, to find something different, it might be more competitive from a POV and so on and so forth. And what I found interesting was they asked for animation studios, not gaming studios. So they were asking what studios could they work with, and it's little things like, it starts small. It could be 3D assets, it could be just world building and so on and so forth. But then that creates a pipeline to do more and more work over time. And as our animators build their competences and so on and so forth, they could start doing a large part of the work on these AAA titles. And, aside from the great exposure, I think that also brings in FX and good capital that you can then invest into your own projects and your own IP that you're trying to build. So those are some of the opportunities I see between the industries.
Thank you, Tammy. So from what you're saying, there's a growing demand for them to be, constantly requesting for animators. So can you give the young animators in the room like a step-by-step guide? How can they position themselves for the opportunities that are in the market?
Okay, I don't know about a step-by-step guide, because honestly, I think when you work in creative industries, it's really about, you have to get access creatively. And when I say creatively, I mean it's not a one-size-fits-all. One, you need to create visibility for yourself. The best way to create visibility is put things out. So get with a team, get with some partners, and just put things out. It could be a short film. It could be, a short film is probably where you want to start. It could be working with someone on a trailer. So I think partnerships are a great way to scale. So one, get something out. Two, partner with the right people. So offer your services to other studios that are working on things. And then you can put it on your LinkedIn. I supported X studio and this is what we did. So I think those would be the main visibility. And especially when you're working in the field that is visual, there's no point just talking about what you do and talking about your skills. Have a short video you can show everybody you meet. Like, okay, this is the sort of thing we do. This is the quality of our animations. If you want to take a quick look. You know how people say, oh, you should have an elevator pitch, something you can say in 2 to 5 minutes. Have a 90-second video that is really good and really polished. I think that's a good thing. And then familiarize yourself with the engines. So Unreal, Unity, those engines that are used by animators as well as game developers. I think Maya, Blender, all those things. how can you render best, just be on top of those things. I think also a lot is happening in the AI space at the moment. New products are coming out. I think Microsoft released one recently called Muse. If you're on top of these and you know how to use them and execute quickly and effectively, that is also very attractive. So yeah, it's really do as much as you can and network. And when you network, it's not, don't meet people just to meet people. Meet people, one, that work in your field, that are interested in your field, but also people that can amplify your work. People that are willing to repost your work within their own networks and things like that. Those are some of the things I think you can do.
That sounds like a step-by-step guide.
Thank you.
Thank you, Timmy. Okay, let's come to Mr. Elegba Ayodele. You are already a player. You run an animation studio called Spoof. So do you want to share some of your experiences? You should have more real-time experience running an animation studio in Nigeria. Please share some. Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, let me say thank you to YAPPI Demo for inviting me to be on this panel. But most especially, I want to thank YAPPI for partnering with us on the apprenticeship program that we started in Spoof. Because one of the things that he said that really caught my attention was putting your work out there and networking. Usually when you finish school like this, you are thrown into the world and you are thrown into a space that is quite competitive, okay? And one of the best ways to actually really get yourself noticed is to be connected to a studio or connected to people who are already in the field, who are doing stuff already. And that's what the apprenticeship program was created for. And right now we have some students with us. They are doing great work. In fact, I saw there was an assignment, 4 drawings per frames. And I knew that for animation to actually take hold, there was a stopgap. There was a stopgap in between, because when I launched into this industry, that's like almost 20 years ago, I noticed that there was a gap. And the gap was we needed more sketch artists, people who could actually draw, who could actually sketch and bring imagination from their head out. And one of the things I tried to do was to launch an event called Lagos Comic Con. Lagos Comic Con was like a bridge of some sort to be able to take that small industry growing at that time to where we are today. And Lagos Comic Con, what Lagos Comic Con did was it was able to generate and create more artists in the industry who right now are moving into animation. Okay? So when we started, and I must confess, YAPPI is also doing the same thing now, because you need to first of all train first before you go into the full production. And that's what YAPPI is doing. So for me, when I started Spoof Animation, I started training. I trained a couple of young guys who, coincidentally, when I started Spoof Animation, I said, look, would you like to be a co-founder with me? And they are my co-founders now. We are doing excellently well. In Spoof, we're almost 10 years old now as a company. And it's been challenging in terms of getting talent, in terms of funding, in terms of the general problem every business faces in Nigeria, power, social amenities, and all those things. But it's been fun. I'm happy that Spoof right now is a global company. We have clients all over the world, France, America, Canada, Ethiopia. We have clients everywhere. And by God's grace, we've been able to train a lot of people who are currently in the industry right now, teaching and doing stuff, all over in Nigeria right now. So it's been a very fulfilling journey. I'm very excited for the future. I'm really excited for where Spoof is and where Spoof is going. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ayodele. I'm still going to ask you one more question before I go.
Fire away.
So you've spoken about the opportunities. You've spoken about how you've leveraged your own company within the country. But where are the challenges? I think you should also share some of the challenges so that people know and are ready and prepared for what to expect.
It's a beautiful question. When we started Spoof, I would say the major challenge we had was talent pool. We didn't have people who could actually animate. In fact, it took us like 2 years as a company to just do illustrations. We're just doing illustrations for 2 years. Because we needed to really get better at sketching, drawing, bringing that sketch out and bringing ideas from the head on paper. But I wouldn't say that's the challenge now. Because when YAPPI began, one of the things that YAPPI did that shocked me was when they said they were going to train 1,000 people. I was a bit skeptical. I thought it was one of those white elephant projects that 1 year it will just disappear. But now we have cohort 1, cohort 2, and I've employed over 5 students from YAPPI in Spoof right now. Let's clap for that. It shows the quality of students that we have. So I would have said our problem is talent, but I don't think our problem is talent. Our problem now, personally, for my own opinion, my problem now is how do I mop up these students and give them jobs? How do I make them independent? How do I give them something to do? Because if they finish all this training and there's no capacity, there's no funding, there's no money, my sister, they will just go somewhere else. So the challenge right now, and thank God BOI is here, IDICE is here, we need money. We need money in this industry. You know, money for studios to be able to mop up the students and employ them. Right now, we have a series we're working on. We'll need at least maybe 100 animators to work on that series. Yes.
That's amazing. I think that deserves a round of applause. Well done.
And it's no brainer, you know. There are students here who are going to be employed. But the truth is, they need to get paid on the project. So we need investors, we need distributors who will say, look, Ayo, we have this project, or Ayo, which project do you have? How much do you need? Here, but make sure you employ so amount of people in this pool. And we are ready to do that. We are ready to do that. And I think that's the major challenge we have right now. Once we can lock that down, I think it's snowball from there. We have money to be made. Like the moderator said, we've only scratched the surface, just 1% of a $60 billion, industry. My sister, I want to tap into that.
We all want to tap into it. As a matter of fact, as you were talking, I said to myself, beyond the PR services we provide, I also have a small podcast studio in my office. And if I must also give credit, I took my cinematographers and, well, we don't do too much of animation, but I took my cinematographers and post-production staff from YAPPI. So well done, YAPPI. Okay, Rumo, let me come to you. You're not the list because I know you're a partner here. So you already know enough about this initiative. You're already supporting the initiative. But let other people in the room, share some light on some of the work you do. There's so many, the animation industry is multifaceted, I would say. So this domain, what role do foundations like yours play in supporting the animation sector?
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that question, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me on this panel. So, you're right, and I've listened to all of the panelists speak about the opportunities. I hear challenges, but I do hear a lot of opportunities in this space. So for organizations like ours, I'm with the Mastercard Foundation, and for us, for a long time now, we've had this commitment to supporting young people on the continent so that they can learn and prosper. And for us, it's about what is it that you can learn and hone your skills in that would empower you and enable you to thrive over time. And the focus, like I said, is on young people, particularly young women. Where are my young women in the house? My young women in the house, exactly. So you are the focus of the foundation. So when I think of how we are working and looking to see how we can support young people and young women much better, the first piece for us is actually things like this. The convenings, where we can have these critical conversations and bring certain things to the fore. I think we've realized that a lot of these things, sometimes we take it for granted, the knowledge of the opportunities in the animation space, the pathways there for young people. We take it for granted that everyone knows, but you would find that people do not know. So platforms like this are absolutely important so that we can bring this sort of conversations to the fore, put things on the table. For example, my brother here from Sweden, he spoke about, even though they don't have the dedicated animation offering now, but based on this conversation, he would take it back and we would follow up with him, right? To say, how is Sweden going to support young animators and the industry at large? So for us at the foundation and other development organizations, there's that opportunity to use our convening power for conversations like this and directly or even indirectly catalyze that ecosystem. As you start this conversation, something is happening. There's a ripple effect. There's awareness. There's information spread, and all of those different things. The second thing for us is around influence and advocacy. I think 2 people on this panel have spoken about intellectual property, for example, which is very nuanced and absolutely critical for the creative space. How can we start having these conversations and advocating for intellectual property rights enforcement in our country? Apparently, some of those rules and regulations actually exist, believe you me. Some people don't even know they exist. And then how is the enforcement that we put into this? Are we really holding ourselves accountable? Interestingly, some young people don't even know that if I put out an idea or a concept, I actually do have a strong sense of ownership on this. They don't even understand what their own roles, rights, and responsibilities are regarding those things. So it's so important for us as development organizations, and this is something that the Mastercard Foundation actually takes seriously in terms of having those sort of advocacy discussions. How can we influence the relevant stakeholders, whether ministries, departments, and agencies that play in this space, to make sure that we're able to enforce those things that will make this ecosystem much better for young people in particular, as well as other players there. I think the final thing I want to emphasize is around funding, because we can speak all this English, we can say anything, but that money is very important. And for us, other development organizations as well, it's providing the opportunities for young people to tap into that funding, and it's in different ways. For example, this partnership we have with the Doyo Creative Academy was us taking a step back to say, how can we provide a platform for young people to tap into this space and get the necessary skills they need that would uplift them and take them to the next level? So this sort of intervention programs that really focus on skilling, upskilling, tooling you, giving you the right resources, access to information, all that you need to thrive in this space. This is one way. The second bit is also around the actual funding itself that you can access directly. So I want to encourage all of you young people here, go online, do the research. There are opportunities there for funding. Sometimes it's in grants, which I know is most familiar for us in the creative space. Understand where are the grant opportunities. Even here in Nigeria, believe you me, they exist. Other development organizations are doing some of these things. Find out what's available out there. And as you find out from today to day, start to get ready. Prepare yourself. Position yourself to get that financing. Someone here spoke about how, I think it was my brother from Xbox, how this space is really about showcasing your talents. In my mind, demo day means demonstration day. Am I correct, Linus? Yes. Exactly. So as a creative, how are you demonstrating that talent, showcasing it? Because creative is not about talking and saying, I can do, we can do. Get that output out there so that when the funding opportunities are there from different development organizations, you are already prepared. Victory loves preparation. It's not when the opportunity is there, you will now start getting prepared. From today, start to put yourself in that place, because these funding opportunities are available and they do exist to really propel young people. I'll stop there for now.
Thank you, Romo. My second question was going to ask you about funding, so I like how you just slipped directly into it. Fantastic. Thank you for that. I don't want this conversation to end without us, taking some questions from the audience. I know you're all brimming with questions. We should be able to take like 3, if my timing is right. So I don't know who wants to coordinate from the audience so that I'm not... I have one person here. I can see one person here, and I can see one person here. Tawakalit, okay. So just say your name and what you do, and let me know who you're directing your question at, and then we'll take the answers.
Hello, good morning. My name is Fauzia Osman, and I have a question for you. You said we could have access to funding and we could have different grants. Is it from Mastercard Foundation or other foundations? And if you are talking about other foundations, can you please give us a few that some people that are already prepared for the opportunities could just take that opportunities? Thank you very much. What I do, I'm a content creator, a digital marketer, and I have my own podcast where I teach young youths how to train themselves for mental health and prepare themselves in the digital space. Thank you very much.
Let's take 2 more. Did you get your question? I think that question was for... Okay. Let's take 2 more, so they just take it as responses, and we close. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Astia, though my niche is usually fitness, martial arts, and sustainable living. So my question goes out to you, sir, and you, Mr. Ayo, and also you. I'll make it very brief. My question to you is, you said that in order for us to have grant for animation, there was a word you said in tech. Now, I've spoken to some of the YAPPIans, that's from YAPPI Court too, and some of the biggest challenges is some of us, let me use the word us, I do have a laptop, but it's not that, high grade. Some of us don't have laptops. So when you said supporting, Thank you. So when you said tech funds, so my question is, if there is a student here, be it from Court 1 and Court 2, decide, okay, sir, how do I get grants for tech? Let me use myself, for instance. If I'm getting a loan, a grant for tech, for a laptop, because when I spoke to one of the lecturers, I said, one of the niche I'm interested in learning animation is environment. He checked my laptop, and he advised I have to get a gaming laptop. Does the grant, or the loan or the grant extend to any student, who has proven themselves so far and put their work out there so they can get the material in order to at least publicize them on social media so that they can get their attention? And just as you said on your company on Spoon, so that way, those who are lacking, they'll be able to get their attentions when they put themselves out there. So that's my question for both. And to you, sir, this is very important. I want to find out from you, because I have a son who is a gamer. Not that he puts himself out there, he's interested in gaming. And I'm only speaking just on behalf of those who like to, who are into gaming and want to put themselves out there on social media. Does your company actually tries to, for instance, hire people who can test new games? My mind is going to, what if we have, young people who design games and they're looking for people who want to test the games? Does your company create that opportunity? Those are my questions, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. You have a question? Okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jide Martin, CEO, Comic Republic, and Motion Plus. Hi, Tosi. Work together. Our company does animation, comics, and games. We've been doing it for about 13 years. We worked with Tosi on Meta for our Meta project. So I have a couple of questions. IDAS Fund, how can creators like myself or business owners like myself, Ayo, how are you? Much respect. How do you get funds that is for the technical side and support system of the animation itself and not the projects themselves? Because we do a lot of work outside, but we find out that we don't have a lot of visibility internally. And I think it's because there isn't essential funding for things like marketing and also business support apart from the project itself. So, wondering how, if there's some kind of funding in terms of not direct giving us cash, but working with marketing agencies in order to provide visibility for products that we're doing internally, and so that we can stop looking for market externally. So that's the question for you. My brother from Xbox, is there any way that game development studios like ourselves, because we're doing a lot of amazing work, and for us, for example, we have to partner with foreign companies simply because we don't know those opportunities are here. Is there like a platform or a way for game developers here, like myself and my business, to be able to send our games to you directly, like a platform, instead of looking for that one-to-one meeting where no matter where you are, no matter what group you're able to send them forward. Mastercard also. Is there, for Mastercard and for YAPPI, is there any way where people generally can reach out, again, a platform where people can reach out instead of having to have cohorts like this, that's publicly put out where people can submit their application? Is there a vetting process where, businesses like myself and also upcoming people can just go there and then just drop their, what they've done, and then you guys can vet and reach out without having to have direct, connections or conversations like that?
Thank you. Okay, I think let's just take it according to the order of the questions. Take the responses. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. Apologies, I did not get your name. But to answer you, yes, the Mastercard Foundation in itself does have grant opportunities. What I would say you can do is that you can go on our website, mastercardfoundation.org, where I hope I'm correct with those details. And then there's actually a piece on there where you can submit requests. So it's like, submit general information, and it will be redirected to the teams internally. But we do have management grant opportunities. Of course, it will be vetted, make sure it's aligned with our charitable objectives and what we're doing at the foundation. And we can then, if it's viable, we can then co-create and see how we make it into something that actually comes to fruition. Just to also mention that for us, when we think about support, even for young people, we're thinking about it beyond you yourself. So whatever idea you're bringing to the table, we're thinking how is it going to not just transform you, your household, your community, and even others by extension. So think of it from a public benefits point of view, not just you as an individual. For the other organizations doing this, yes, but at the risk of promoting or not promoting other brands, maybe we can see on the side after, and I'm happy to have a conversation. Yeah.
Thank you, Romo. The next question. Afolabi, I think that was you.
Thank you for the question. So in terms of equipment and having the resources to create, one of the other pillars that I didn't speak of in IDA is enterprise and skills development. So in enterprise and skills development, we're looking to skill up young people. But we also know that they might not have the equipment once their skills have been acquired to immediately begin to produce. Because particularly in the creative sector, if you have equipment and you have skills training, but you don't have a project to work on, and your equipment is not up to the standard that can get you a finished product, which is the point, you will not most likely succeed. So what we're doing, and we're working with universities and polytechnics on this, we're creating centers of excellence. Right now, we're working on 66 institutions in Nigeria, so 30 universities and 36 polytechnics. And those innovation hubs are going to have equipment, they're going to have power, they're going to have internet access, they're going to have all the tools and resources that people need. So in those hubs, we expect that if you don't have the financing to get your products, to produce, you can access any of those places. You don't have to be a member of a university or a polytechnic to access them. And they will be in every state in Nigeria, more or less. So you'll be able to access equipment there, whether filming or animation or any of that. We'll equip them and allow you free access to use them to produce your product. So that's our contribution to that particular problem.
So lady at the back, I think you asked, your question was around play testing and quality assurance as a potential career. So the short answer is, yes, it is a viable career. At Xbox, we don't have any of those roles open in Nigeria or even on the continent. We have internal teams that do that. And it's also important to remember that Xbox is a platform. So while we have a few studios we own that create games, our primary job is not making games. It's creating a platform for game developers to release their games and find a global audience and so on. So I say that to say there's a lot more opportunity looking for that role within individual studios. So you go to EA and they're releasing a new FIFA or whatever, they need people to play test it, and so on and so forth. So it'll be individual studios that usually have those roles. On the continent, the studios that I know that do that, that have a good number of people in those roles are typically South African. I am not currently aware of many Nigerian studios that do that, but I could be wrong, so you should look into that. But also, if someone wants a career out of, playing games, really, which is what it sounds like, he wants to get paid for his knowledge and skills with playing games, then I would say to also look into streaming. There's a lot of opportunities there. There are a lot of people making really good money in the streaming space, and I think there's a space there on the continent. Get a really good streamer, and you can, distinguish yourself in the industry. You could get a lot of deals with global brands doing that. And then the second thing would be esports. Esports is on the rise across the continent. prize pools are going to keep, increasing and increasing as more sponsorship comes into the field. So that's another thing he can look into as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Temi. Hopefully those questions have been fully responded to. I don't want the panel to be long-winded. If you have some last comments, I'll just go around. Oh, you haven't answered this question. Who was this? Go ahead. I thought you had finished. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. In terms of pitching your games to Xbox, yes. So there's a site, xbox.com/ID. ID stands for the independent developer, and that's the way we enable independent developers from around the world to self-publish on Xbox. So we try and make it as easy for you as possible. And then on that same site, there's also opportunities to apply for funding. So we have a developer accelerator program where we fund prototypes as well as porting. So if there's a PC game or even a mobile game that you have almost finished or even finished already, maybe on Steam, we also give funds to port that to console and Xbox. So it's xbox.com/ID. Thank you.
Okay. So we're done with the Q&A now. We're just going to make last comments and close the session. From Jide, for you. Okay, take that and take your last comment, and then we'll go so we don't over.
Okay, thank you. In that regard, because you're speaking of more like the soft items, the marketing, the scaling, and all that. Okay, so the funding available is either through debt or investment. How you spend that is up to you. So, and how you structure, how you want financing to come to you is up to you as well. So if you want the debt option or you want a co-investor to come in and raise more capital. But how you spend that is completely up to you. The important thing in both is for debt funding, even though it's a good rate that we're looking at both ways, you have to pay it back. And for equity investment, you have to make a profit for your investor. So it's a business as well. So just have that in consideration when you're applying for those things. So does that answer your question? Okay, thank you. So in terms of my last words, I would speak to the YAPPIans, the animators, the young people in the room. I would like to just very quickly, I'll try not to be long-winded, even though in my head it's very long-winded, but there are three models I want to leave you with as my last word. In terms, I'm purely on animation, just purely on animation companies. So there are three particular animation studios that are sort of world-renowned. And I think that whatever subset of animation you are into, you probably fit into one of them. There's an animation company from Japan called Studio Ghibli, and it's run by a visionary in animation, I'm sure you know. So he makes very arty films, like they are hyper art. It's not Disney, and I'll get to Disney later, but they're very artistic. And there are many of you in this hall that might feel like, I'm an artist first, and I don't care about profit, and I don't care about all of that stuff. But the only time that your idea is free and your creativity is for free is when you're thinking it up. Once you're taking it to product, you are involving money. And once you enter commerce, you're a business person. And you have to pay back your investors. Any artist that has made it anywhere will tell you this, that there's that side of it, there's the business of it. But Studio Ghibli makes uncompromising art. And they find a market for it. Because in working in entrepreneurship, one of the biggest mistakes that people make is that they say, go to market. But they should say, go to markets. Because there's not one market. There are different markets and different subsets of markets. So Studio Ghibli has found its market and produces films for that market. And they are presently worth over 31 billion yen just from finding its own artsy market and selling to that audience, and even to me. So that's one model you might want to follow if you're the arty guy and you're Da Vinci and you can't fit into our capitalist ideas. So that's for you. The second one I would like to speak of is Pixar. Now, Pixar, because everybody knows Pixar, because they do a lot of big animation films, yes. So what happened with Pixar? Pixar actually started as Lucasfilms, with Lucasfilm under the creator of Star Wars, George Lucas. And then they transitioned into Apple because Steve Jobs bought a majority of the shares there, and then later on they became Disney. So I'm trying to show that even if you're an artist, you can make that journey from being an artist person to being a business person, and you see it in Pixar because now they're with the biggest animation company in the world, Walt Disney. But they took the transition from everything. What I'm trying to tell you is your art is your art. Your branding is separate. The people that started Pixar are not the people that own Pixar now. So if you're an artist, what you produce, and as a creative, I do it myself. What you want to create is the only thing that truly matters to you, if you're an artist. The medium, the business is just a medium for your expression. So if you start Pixar and you sell it and you go to an island and continue to do your art, and from your own, that's absolutely fine. And Pixar has moved from being with one visionary to being with a conglomerate and a big company. Then the last one, of course, is Disney. But Disney started with Walt Disney. And Walt Disney was a pure artist. He has like 18 Oscars. He's one of those people that was an animator. And look at what it is today. So in any of these models, you can find yourself. Don't limit yourself to, I'm an artist or I'm a businessman, because really, in creativity and in the creative arts, both of them come together. And that is what you should seek out. And you can find yourself in any of these forms and the substance that they present. Thank you.
Yeah.
You can clap.
Okay, for me, my last words will be to the YAPPIans, the students graduating. I have 3 things to say. First of all, tell your story. 2, collaborate. 3, network. Tell your story. From my experience, I realized that nobody can tell your story. I think sometimes we are caught up in this quagmire of trying to tell the story the West wants to hear. And honestly, I've traveled around, and it's a saturated market. You know, they are looking for fresh stories, even out there. So tell your story. What is unique to you as a person? I'm minding my French. What keeps you going? What keeps you alive? What makes you want to do animation? Because I was telling someone yesterday that the joy I have running the studio is not necessarily the money I make, but the fact that people sit in front of the screen and watch what I have created makes me feel like some sort of God. You know, so you as an animator, you're kind of God. You can create your own world. But don't pander. Don't say because you want funding, you now start creating something that you think people would like. Create your own story, unique to you. Secondly, Mr. Ekene said that we had about 16,000 graduates already, from YAPPI. That's a lot of people. And second advice is, please, try and know each other. Collaborate. Pick yourself, somebody in modeling, somebody in rigging, collaborate. Form a group of 5. Come together and create something. Don't go into silos. It's a very big mistake that many animators make. There's a lot of information out there. But if you stay in your little corner, you will not get to know it. Even though you are done with YAPPI, don't leave the YAPPI group. Keep asking for information. Keep trying to know what's going on. Collaborate. And the final one is network, network, network. Go for events like this. Fortunately for you, there's an event I'm organizing. It's happening on the 9th and 10th, of April at the Ebony Life Center. It's called RenderCon. It's an event for animators to screen their films, to showcase themselves, and to network with industry like we have here. Try and come for those kind of events, and you would meet people that will challenge you, people that are not even from YAPPI, probably who are self-taught, who you will learn 1 or 2 things from, and then it can inspire you to grow. And I would like to make this offer that anyone coming from YAPPI for RenderCon will be given free tickets. So I'm giving that free tickets. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just start by quickly addressing his question. So the response is actually similar to what I had given her earlier. If you do go on our website, there's a portal on there that you can sort of reach out to us and then to be redirected to us internally. But of course, if we need to discuss afterwards, you can get me on the side. So my final words, in the same vein, I would focus on my YAPPI people. That's why I'm here. I'm here for you. In summary, I would just say, expand your minds. Expand your minds. Everything starts from here or here, wherever you want to point that as your mind. I know that we're not in a perfect state in the world today and even in this country. But let's not spend time and energy complaining about those things. Focus on what can work. Focus on what you're in control of. Focus on the positives, such that in spite of, nevertheless, whatever is happening around us, regardless, and so on and so forth, you are still able to prosper. And please be mindful, prosperity does not necessarily mean overnight transformation. Even in the incremental bits, as far as you're going up, there's that sustained improvements, sustained increments in you as a person. Today you were collecting 1 naira, tomorrow it's 2 naira. In fact, it's 1.5 naira. Before your enterprise had 3 employees, now you have more work, more customers, you can have 5 employees. That is progress. Even if your neighbor has 10 employees, you move from 3 to 5. That is progress. Okay? So please expand your minds and just continue to believe that there are a ton of opportunities out there. There's a world of opportunities for you. And you are actually able to effectively key into that area. Honestly, that will be all. Just expand your minds.
Thank you so much, everyone. And so for my own final words, there are 2 things. The first is the fact that there's no limit to what the mind can conceive. And so for the YAPPI graduates or those in cohort 2, please explore what your mind can do. Just like my sister mentioned here, don't limit yourselves. Just give yourselves that opportunity to, be opened. Look around you. What are the challenges that you can see, and how can you use your creativity or your mind to solve some of these challenges? And then the next one is there's so much funding that partnership can unlock. And so, just like Ayo mentioned, let's look towards partnership. We're ready, and we're here with you. I'm looking forward to what we have here, and then looking at the panelists and how we can create platform together, with the panelists to help, what business you do to grow and to progress, and also to look at it internally, how this can also be featured in our policy documents, which of course will support you when we're implementing the policy. And those are the things that I have to say. And we're here for you, honestly. You can call me at any time. People that know me knows that, at a dial, I pick your call. If you send me a message, I'll definitely
Doctor,
respond.
we will hold you onto that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. I really enjoyed this conversation. I think I'm going last, so they really said, giving all the good advice. But if I could narrow it down to 3 things, it would be stay ready so you don't have to get ready. 2 is be patient, and 3 is collaborate. And what I mean by that is, on number 1, stay ready so you don't have to get ready. So a lot of us, if you're working on something creative, the way I am is I'm aiming for the top in everything I do. Like, if I decide to become a footballer today, I want to play for Real Madrid, so on and so forth. So I think if you're working on stuff, content, animation, aside from the quality of your work, the quality of your business side too should be top level. Like, if I announce right now, Disney is doing an open call for an animation studio for African content, you should already have something ready that is world-class, that not that, if Disney come, we have a month to put this together. You should already be operating at the level where if they came tomorrow, you would be ready. And trust me, that will translate to other conversations you have in the meantime, and that is how you keep progressing. The second thing is patience. So, we've all spoken about networking, and networking is important. And I think when you network, it's also important to realize that it often doesn't bear fruit immediately, nor does it need to. Let people know that you are competent and trustworthy, that you're working. So if you're on my LinkedIn now, there's no opportunity. But every few months, I see you've released something else. I see you're speaking somewhere. I see you've attended this event. It's in the back of my mind that this person is serious and they're ambitious. And when an opportunity comes, I will, be top of mind, and I'll reach out to you. And there's several studios like that that I have met at events like this, and then we sign them 18 months later. So it's really, there has to be patience as well. Like, you should be aggressive and ambitious, but also be calm. If you're doing the right thing, it will pay off. And then lastly is collaboration. A lot of people see networking as, I need to meet the CEO of this place. The people look at it, which one is vertical? Vertical is up and horizontal is sideways. People look at networking very vertically, like, I need to meet all the decision makers. But no, also at a place like YAPPI, there are people on your level that maybe do not have the resources yet, and you can lean on each other and create something really cool. So one of the game studios we signed last year is from Obafemi Awolowo University. They don't have any incredible funding behind them, but they're all a group of really talented guys and girls that are working with each other, working for free because it's their own thing. And they've created work that was good enough that we've actually put real money into it. So the value of the people working with you and coming up together will often propel you much quicker than chasing after the people with fancy titles. So yeah, that's thank you very much.
Thank you, Tammy. If I must say, you guys, you're a brilliant bunch. I totally enjoyed this conversation. I'm fully inspired. I feel like the next YAPPI class is going to have a mommy in their midst because I want to be an animator myself. Okay, thank you guys. Honestly, I totally enjoyed listening to the panelists. I'll just wrap up by sharing some of my takeaways from this conversation, and I'm sure you obviously have yours. The animation industry we've established is rapidly growing, and it's brimming with opportunities. It's a dynamic hub. You know, there's a lot in terms of untapped potential. So there's a lot that we can do here as a people. There's a lot of jobs being created. There's a lot of African stories being told. You know, we're using animation to solve our local problems. I think it's an opportunity for us all, if, I must say. Our content is being exported to the world. We're basically addressing local needs. I feel like animation is something that has crossed over from entertainment and has gone in all industries, if I must say. I watch TV. People in government are using animation to advertise. I don't know if any of you spoke about that. Even though they're advertising that thing too much, the one that they say, there's some animated characters that come on screen. Please tell me, I know the spoof guy.
Yeah, I forgot to mention, one of the successes we had last year, this year, was partnering with the National Orientation Agency. Spoof handled that project. The Captain Excellence, animation, and the beauty of it, full circle, is that YAPPI students actually worked on that project with us as well. So we are going somewhere, right? We are going to grow this industry. It's going to be great, yeah.
I love it, honestly. So as I was saying, it's amazing what's going on, and I feel like we all have an opportunity here for growth. So this panel, I think, has been able to establish this growing demand for animated content, and of course, this is all born out of digitalization, right, and the evolving preferences of our target audiences. It's no longer about just, the way in the past we'll do PR with our press releases and opinion articles and all. People want to see visual content. Everyone sort of translates and understands content better when they can see it. So this is opportunities abound, is just what I wanted to say. There will always be challenges, but I hope this panel has been able to stimulate discourse, to foster deeper understanding of the industries and the intricacies. And of course, I hope we have been able to inspire innovation. Thank you for listening. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much to our wonderful panelists. Please keep the applause coming. I think they did really well. Do we agree? Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Mr. Foribanu from the Bank of Industry, Ms. Rimowe Ewubare from the Mastercard Foundation, Mr. Temi Afolabi from Xbox, Dr. Bumi Kole Daudu from Smedan, Mrs. Tosin Adefeko from 83 Resources. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate the insights that you've shared with us and YAPPIans today. Something that stood out for me when you were speaking was the importance of networking across. Because truly, how many of us come to events like this and feel like we only want to meet certain kinds of people? The person sitting beside you today can be the Xbox Global Lead for Africa tomorrow, right? Is that not possible? So please, just come here and then go back home this evening. Speak to the person beside you, get people's contacts. Make friends, make relationships, make collaborations that you eventually work together. And you know, when you have spoken about the fact that in terms of collaboration amongst different professionals, if you look at the agenda, we actually have a pitching competition, and that's exactly what it's about. It's about our YAPPians who have different skills. So a 3D modeler, another person who has another skill, and they came together in groups and actually worked on incredible projects that they are going to present later today as part of the competition. I also wanted to mention that we have some of our YAPPians joining us from Abuja. They're going to wave to us now. Can you say hello? Our Abuja YAPPians, can you say hello to us? Okay, I don't think they can hear us. But yes, we have some of our YAPPians joining us virtually from Abuja, and we actually have some who came in physically to Lagos, so that you know how seriously we're actually taking this and how they're taking it too. Thank you again to our panelists. We very much appreciate your time. Now, we've spoken a lot about YAPPI, right? Can we settle in, please? I know that we're still hyped after the panel, and we'll have a chance to interact with the panelists after and even amongst ourselves. But we've said a lot about YAPPI, what we intended to do, what we're currently doing, what YAPPI is about. But we thought that, you know what, hearing it from us and hearing from actual YAPPians, there is a difference, right? So we're going to play a short video for you now, where our YAPPians themselves are telling you about YAPPI in their own words. So production team, please.
I love animation. I love watching cartoons and the likes of it. So when I heard about YAPPI, I thought it was a great opportunity for me to learn how to do this and not just sit back and watch, but how to actually get into it and be the creator of these animations and tell my stories through animation. I love animation. I love watching cartoons and the likes of it. So when I love.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we get the sound sorted on our student testimonial, we would like to invite on stage for everybody who has passed through the Del York group, who has had the slightest interaction with the group or with the YAPPI program, but mostly with the group. The person who places a lot of priority on the word excellence. He is a visionary. He's a movement himself. He is pretty much the reason that we are all, or mostly the reason we are all gathered here. He is a force. He is someone with a keen interest in the creative industry, with a passion for storytelling. Ladies and gentlemen, a renowned entrepreneur, and once again, a force. Please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Linus Idahosa as he comes forward for a very quick address. Please, can we all be on our feet? Let's all please stand up and give him another round of applause.
Please sit down, please, guys. Please have a seat. Thank you guys so much. First of all, I want to say something really very important. Whatever is happening here came as a result of certain people who made up their minds to not just focus on the talk, but they said to themselves, we see potential in this industry, and we are going to support it. And so if there's anybody who should receive any type of applause today, I want you all to join me together, each and every one of you. If you have gratitude in your heart, if you understand what it means to build a foundation for an industry to grow, if you know what it is to make the commitment beyond words to support a vision that has the potential to change the future of this country, stand up with me and let's celebrate the Mastercard Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, you can do far better than that. We salute you. Guys, from Gabriel to Wurola to Munjideka to our wonderful Remue to Chinwe and Christine, we want to say thank you all for being here. And guys, listen, there's a principle that I've learned. Beyond all the things you've heard here today, gratitude is the key that opens doors. And if you don't understand how to say thank you, how to appreciate the blood and sweat that has gone on to even create what you are seeing here today. If some of you knew how this hall was before this event, you'll understand what I'm talking about. And so without wasting much time, before I say anything, it's also someone I want to honor. This industry as we know it had its foundation. There are certain people who have built this industry with everything that they have. Unfortunately, that person is actually my wife. So I want each and every one of you to celebrate our phenomenal actress and producer, Miss Stephanie. Celebrate her, please. Listen, the foundation has a love for women and what women are doing in this industry, all right? And so, madam, give your women folks a word.
Good afternoon. This is actually putting me on the spot. Okay. First of all, my lovely husband, thank you for this wonderful introduction. Thank you all. And also, I want to say a big thank you to the Mastercard Foundation and everyone at Del York who was able to put all of this together. You guys have been working so hard. And for the women, well, they say I should speak for the women. Let me just leave him to speak to the rest. Well, they say women are better animators. Did you hear that? Yes. They see colors differently. Men, don't be jealous. Because they say you guys see colors differently and all that, but I don't know. But I think this is a great opportunity for a lot of women to empower themselves because animation gives you lots of opportunity in the sense that you can actually sit down in your house with your equipment and you can work anywhere in the world, which is amazing. The gift that is being given to you right now is for you to take it seriously and see ways in which you can empower yourself. And I just want to encourage you, because I don't want to say much, to please take this seriously. Look, all the panelists have given you instrument information, because information is power. Because if you don't know, you don't know. And also make sure that you follow them. Make sure you have their contact, bombard them with emails to just get more information. Take the link that you're getting, put it into use, because Nigeria needs you. The women folk, we need you. We need you all to be in this industry to make it greater than we have even put it out there. So I wish you all the best, and I look forward to working with a lot of you in the future. Thank you. And also, we want to say a big thank you to our friend, Mr. Christopher, who came in from the French embassy. You know, the French people, please stand up. The French people are #1 in animation. So he's here to see what we do. And, we're looking forward to working with them in the future. Please, my husband, continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give a round of applause, please. All right, without wasting much time, I also want to thank all the members of the Del York group that are here that spent all their time, all night, building this. Wherever you are, can we celebrate you? Thank you guys so much for this. Sometime in 2014, I had a very rare opportunity of being in Abuja, and I witnessed firsthand. How many of you remember the immigration interview that happened in 2014? How many of you remember? Where the federal government called for a number of people to come to stadiums across the country to apply for a job with the Nigerian Immigration Service. How many of you remember that? Now, something happened to me that day. I saw thousands of people coming in to apply for a single job. The job was supposed to get only 4,000 people employed, but we had over 500,000 people, 500,000 people, young people. If some of you have the time, go online and look at the number of stadiums from Abuja to Lagos to Port Harcourt that were filled with people. People looking for an opportunity to change the fortunes of their lives. The reason why I celebrated the foundation today is because some of you do not know when opportunity comes knocking at your door because you're not prepared. And some of you feel the easiest thing to do is to go around looking for jobs everywhere and come back with the same story. Some of you sat here and watched, listened attentively to what some of our panelists here said. Quite a number of us did not have the same opportunity to get some of the tutelage that you have received under this roof today. At that interview at the stadium, 20 people lost their lives. They died as a result of stampede, seeking out a job. And one of the things that I picked up here today that came to my mind was this. Listen. Creativity without structure is just art. And creativity with a structure is an industry. And what we are trying to do here with YAPPI is building an industry. And this industry is not just a function of the talents that you have or the skill set. It's an understanding of the intersection of commerce and creativity. How do you combine those two things in a way that changes your own destiny and the destiny of your people? The world will not recognize you just because of your talent. What will set you apart is a deep understanding, a very deep understanding of what an industry is. And an industry can only be built with strategy, a clear structure, and scale. That is how you build an industry. What we're building here is the foundation for an industry. And you're not going to be depending on all the multi-million-dollar things you've been hearing here. We hear this all the time. Most of the financial institutions in this country, and in most parts of the world, do not trust the strength of the entrepreneurial enterprise that can help create the profits that they expect from creatives. And that is why you find out that with all of these millions of dollar interventions, if you do not understand how you can take the skill set you have and convert it into a commercial success, you haven't started. There are people here today who are looking for the gifts that you have to give you an opportunity. And that's why we're here today. And so, Talent is great. Having a great talent is something. But listen to me. Understanding what it is to protect your talent. Understanding how to make profit with your talent. And most importantly, understanding how to package your talent is what will set you apart. This industry, the gaming industry, whose foundation is built on the animation industry, is a $200 billion industry. Let me repeat again. The gaming industry, whose foundational strength relies on animations we're here listening to today, is a $200 billion industry. Larger than the film, the global film, and the global music industry combined. Gaming. So that tells you what's happening with animation. Hollywood, you see today, is not a place. Hollywood is a system. Silicon Valley you hear about today for our tech folks. Silicon Valley is not a location. It is an ecosystem. People who understand how structures work, built those structures, worked with their governments to create a different type of story for creatives. Every time I'm opportuned to look at gatherings, whether they're in the form of events, crusades, whatever it is, I say this to my wife a lot of times, I just see young people everywhere. Everywhere in this country. And the talent, the gifts that is needed to change the face of this nation lies within each and every one of you. So don't come here today to just be another person who sits on the seat. Turn your resentment about what is wrong or right about how your country is into a resolve that you will be that change that this industry needs to see. I came here to listen. But as I was hearing people speak, my heart was heavy because I don't want anyone to leave this place missing out the most important thing. That you cannot wait for people to create the table for you. Break that table. Amongst yourselves, find out the skills that you have. Last week I was in China and a movie called Nisa, an animated series, right, is breaking box office records everywhere. Raking $1.4 billion just in a single domestic market. These guys don't have 3 heads. The young man who created that stuff, I saw his story firsthand. He was operating from his mother's bedroom for 3 years, playing with all types of character animations and all that. Learning rigging, rotoscoping, modeling, everything in his room. Just like some of you here today. Now he's a multi-billionaire in dollars. When you look at the world, when you're flying, you don't see any lines. The same lines you see on the map of the world. You don't see it when you're flying. So what I'm saying is that there's no barrier to how far you can go with the talents that has been given to you. Like Ms. Ruemue said, it is in your mind. It is in your mind. So ladies and gentlemen, as we begin to see what our fellow Yappians have been creating, what I'm leaving with you is this. Do not leave this place the same way you came. Make up your mind. Take your phones, throw them away. That is the greatest distraction a lot of young people face today. The ability to draw from inside, the gifts that you have, it's inside you to create what your industry needs for change. I celebrate each and every one of you here today, and my prayer is that you take advantage of this opportunity that has been given to you, that our government realizes how important it is to focus not just on physical infrastructure, but the infrastructure that will grow this industry. Our Smidan brother, who is here, take that message to our folks to create an opportunity for people to be the best that they can be. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. The founder and CEO of the Delio Group, Mr. Linus Idao, sir. Please give him another resounding round of applause. You know, it's one thing to actually care about the issues, but to actually do something about them and follow through for as many years as the Delio Creative Academy has been doing, I think it's such an incredible thing. Thank you so much, sir, for your work. We appreciate it, and we see you. So I talked earlier about the YAPPI participant testimonial video. And now that's ready. So we want you to hear from our YAPPIans directly. You know, we call our women participants YAPPIans. So women in animation and post-production, you know. And so we just want you to hear from them directly in terms of what has this program been like for them? Has it been like learning animation, post-production? You know, where are they starting from? Where are they now? When my co-MC came up earlier, he told you that for a lot of our participants, the YAPPI program was the very first time that they were interacting with animation software. As a matter of fact, for some of them, it was the first time they were interacting with laptops beyond just typing on Word documents. I think that deserves a round of applause to think of how far they have come since then. I mean, you will see in the pitching competition the kind of incredible project ideas that they've come up with using animation. But before we get there, in their own words, what has YAPPI been like? Production team, please.
I love animation. I love watching cartoons and the likes of it. So when I heard about YAPPI, I thought it was a great opportunity for me to learn how to do this and not just sit back and watch, but how to actually get into it and be the creator of these animations and tell my stories through animations. So it piqued my interest. And then it's 3D. That's kind of amazing.
I think last year, I was just thinking about the fact that this year I wanted to go into animation. I was more like, God, I don't know how you're going to make that happen, but just make it happen. And I think my sister told me about a scholarship program that was going on, sponsored by Mastercard Foundation. And my dad also told me about it, so I applied, and here I am. So my journey prior to YAPPI, I would say, has been a beautiful one, because I actually started with front-end development, but I realized that I'm more of a visual person, and when I was growing up, I only ever watched Disney and Cartoon Network, and I knew that I wanted to be a cartoon owner one day. So seeing YAPPI and also my dream to become a game developer, I was just like, this is perfect for me. So yes, I'm currently a product designer looking to transition into 3D full-time.
The learning process for YAPPI was, from the online class, it was really interesting because I've always been intimidated learning Blender and other 3D modeling software or programs. The interface just seemed really like intimidating to me. I almost got imposter syndrome, you know?
Opening Blender for the first time, it was confusing and overwhelming, but by after the first week, the second week, I got the hang of it. I was able to do some things. I understand how to move things around and to build the box thingy and all that. So it was, I just got the hang of it. I flew with it.
At first, when I opened Blender, I was scared. There was a lot to learn, there was so much, but this process has been really, really helpful. I think it helps having someone to guide you, someone to not just tell you what to do, but also show you when to also tell you, oh, this is how you do it in 3 different ways. It's been amazing.
I think learning is so different from learning online, because now I get to ask questions, I get to repeat through a different My lecturer is so amazing. He's very patient. He really helped us through the whole journey. I feel like now it looks like something that I can do before. It just seems so far-fetched. It looks like it's almost impossible. Because being a girl in animation, it just feels like where do you want to start from? But everything has been simplified and broken down, and I just feel like I can do it right now. That's how I want to
Well, with the skills that I get, honestly, I want to start my own brand. I want to start a brand in fashion, so I plan to incorporate all of this into creating like basically a fashion universe, both digital and physical, but very, very digitally inclined.
I would love to work in a gaming industry. I want to design a game. So those are the things that the ideas that I have, but I'm open to anything. And I want to just go wild and create things.
One thing I was thinking about going into animation, first of all, was like advertising, agency, products, animation. But also another thing that I think really has caught my eye is things like Barbie, so like normal, regular, like story animation. I really love it. So I think I would talk about it.
I'm not worried about animation being a male-dominated field. I just know that I love animation and I can do it regardless of what my gender is.
To be enrolled in this program is more centered. First of all, it feels like a great opportunity. But also, I definitely don't feel intimidated by the guys or anything like that. I know a lot of women who are facing fear of them that are really in the 3D space or in the digital creation or animation space. So definitely, I know I can embrace and I look forward to that.
I'm super excited that I get to join other people, male and female, in doing something that's myself.
I think focusing on women with this I think it's a very big thing. I think first of all, when a woman hears that you're the target of wanting to learn animation, I think that encourages women around Nigeria, especially since when you look at the workforce, when you look at animation in many places, the face you're thinking of is not a woman's face, it's a man's face. And I think it's about time we start telling our stories. So it's a really good thing that you're that opportunity.
I'm extending my heartfelt gratitude to Doyo Creative Academy and Mastercard Foundation for this wonderful opportunity to learn the skills.
For me, this has been a very big opportunity, and for so many other women, I can imagine what the next few looks like for so many of us. And I'm really, really excited for what this journey is. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much to all 5 of them for sharing their stories. Please, another round of applause for them. They are seated here in front, by the way, in case you want them to sign your autographs. They're right there in front. But, I mean, let's make some noise for women, please. I mean, we're all familiar that, that the program has a focus on women. And it's creating many, many more opportunities for women going forward. So it's something that, we are all personally excited about. If you are one of those women that will be breaking boundaries, they call it the glass ceiling, but making a statement for yourself, either through YAPPI or through some of the support that YAPPI has given you, please let me see you put your hands together for yourself. Women alone, please. I want to hear the women in here. Absolutely. You people should be cheerleaders. Thank you very much. All right, and let's quickly, just to remind everyone, there's still so much to cover today. I want to, ask everyone to please remember to follow the social media accounts for YAPPI. It is on Instagram, YAPPI_Nigeria. On LinkedIn, it is, or rather on Twitter, it is YAPPI_NG. On Facebook, it is YAPPI Nigeria. So please look out for those pages and please follow on all platforms. We want to invite yet another woman forward. She's going to be sharing with us a very brilliant spoken word piece. She's also one of the Yappians that we have here today from Cohort 1. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Jessica.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. So I don't know that I'll get to do this again. I want to say a very big thank you to Mr. Linus. Thank you, Del York. Thank you, YAPPI. Thank you, Mastercard. It's been an amazing journey. Thank you so much. So I'm going to begin a spoken word piece about our YAPPI journey. So, an ant takes his first step in the ground, and somewhere, an explosion booms off. Not from the sound of its landing, but the impact of two powerful forces colliding against each other in that same moment. And this is how it began. An acceptance meal. A little mark made in the annals of history. A nesting ground for greatness nursed in time. We started off simple, even naive, but propelled forward by pictures and dreams too vivid to shake off. We kept at it. Learning the ropes of creating and storytelling in pictures, we continued. The whole time, our eyes set on something grander than bright screens. We saw people, countries, industries, sectors coming together at a solution our artistry had to offer. So each day led to new discoveries, wonder, and questions. The small milestones, victories to mark our becoming. Whether it was a finished project, a gig, or even a new gadget, see dreams are something stronger than medications. If in doubt, ask the thousands clicking to join this throng of starlighters. And this is our YAPPI story. This raised stage set for the shining of the brightest lights, for seeing potential and building a bridge for the after that is a global spotlight on the wealth of creative genius springing from Nigeria and Africa. And this revolution will be televised and lauded across the continent, because YAPPI is not just a program. It's innovation in motion. It's not just a system. It's not just another ladder rinse repeat cycle, but a launchpad to stages and spotlights where creativity converts to global solutions. And this is what our legacy becomes. That when we look back at the past 1 year, we don't just see a certificate, but an open door to endless opportunities colliding against the buzzing dreams in our minds, and boom! There goes your explosion. Thank you.
Jessica, ladies and gentlemen, please keep the round of applause coming. Further proof that our YAPPIans are multi-talented women. Animators come spoken artists. Wow. Thank you so much, Jessica. We appreciate you. Now we're getting to a very important part of why we're here today, which is the pitching competition. Now, our graduating participants, right, our YAPPIans, they came together in groups and actually created incredible projects that they are going to be sharing with you. Now, the first part of the pitching competition, we have 10 groups in total that are going to be pitching. But for this part 1, we're going to have the first 5 groups pitch. And I hope that you're very excited to hear from them as much as they are excited to pitch to you. Yes, please. Let's give them a round of applause. I can tell you for free that they've worked incredibly hard. Early mornings, late nights, or this isn't working well, checking the technical capacity. They've worked very, very hard. And I hope that you're all proud of yourself. I know a lot of you are on that angle. Give yourselves a resounding round of applause. You deserve it. We are very proud of you, and we look forward to just what you show us here. We've seen some of it, but I know that we're going to see even better this afternoon. Now, without further ado, I'd like to invite
Good day, esteemed judges, investors, captains of industry. We are Yappians from Abuja, Cohort 1. My name is Eketole Bibean, and with me are
Okonkwo Joseph. My name is Sadiq Bashir Onimisi.
Now picture this. Imagine going through the streets of Nigeria, dodging reckless drivers and maneuvering roadblocks, while the sound of your favorite Afro music fuels your adrenaline. This is the authentic African road experience. Now imagine this authentic African road experience brought to life in a high-octane, visually stunning life experience in a racing game, animated racing game, with the Nigerian environment. Thank you. This is the Afro Street Racing. I'm sorry, please. And it is the ultimate African road experience where players can connect within and beyond Africa. Here, players can choose from varieties of cars while racing through iconic African landmarks. This game, the Afro Street Racing, it is the ultimate car racing game that shows the African road experience, and it is inspired by the revolutionary car racing. Here, sorry.
Okay, so Afro Street Racing is a thrilling car racing game inspired by the streets of Abuja. Now, why does this game matter? Africa has over 186 million gamers, of which 75% are between the ages of 15 to 35. So we have a prime gaming demographic. And yet, the mainstream games don't showcase African culture. So Afro Street Racing changes that. Now, our market and opportunity, as I've said, we have over 186 million gamers. The Nigerian gaming market is set to hit 140 million users, and our industry is almost $1 billion. So this is a market that is ready for representation. So we are going to pitch in on that. And with Afro Street Racing, we project our revenue to, hit the valuation of 270 million naira with a 3% conversion rate and an average revenue per paying user of like 1,000 naira. This is also like a low estimate. With an average revenue per paying user of 1,000 naira, we can hit the 270 million naira valuation within 2 to 3 years. This is based on like a monthly download of 100,000 to 500,000 downloads monthly. Okay. So next slide, please. So our revenue model, we plan to gain revenue through in-app purchases. Our global competitors have seen huge successes with this model. Games like Asphalt 8 and Drive Zone earning $60,000 and $400,000 respectively. That's worldwide within the last month. So locally, we don't have much local competition. We only have Danfo Racers by Malio Games, and there's another one, Walk and Play Racing. Okay, but even though we don't have much local competition, we can still estimate our earnings based on games that have been well adopted by the Nigerian market. Games such as Call of Duty Mobile and Candy Crush. Leave it on us. So Candy Crush and Call of Duty Mobile. Call of Duty Mobile made about $20,000 per week in the early weeks of 2024, and Candy Crush peaked at about $8,000 per week. Okay, so then apart from in-app purchases, we also have other methods of earning revenue, sponsorships to partner with African car brands to showcase their cars in-game. We also have non-intrusive game ads. We feature billboards while players are racing through the streets. And we're also going to take crowdfunding and get grants as well. So why invest in us? Our team has obviously reached the top 10, so that shows our market potential. Okay, we have people that have expertise in game design. We have an environment artist, a project manager. I myself, I'm an animator. Next slide, please. Okay, so we are focused on impact. The Afro Street Racing also aligns with, our project also aligns with the SDGs, okay, creating jobs and powering African-led innovation. Okay, our vision is scalable. Though we started with the Abuja environment, we can pick iconic locations across Africa, joining the market at those locations, offering them a unique localized experience. Okay, so we have a short showcase of the gameplay. Yeah, no problem. We have a short showcase of the gameplay.
Engine they roll like lion. Lagos to Ibadan, we they fly no triumph. Rubber they burn, see the smoke they climb. Niger boys they race, we know they waste time. Steer the wheel, jaw, make it sharp like blade. No delay, we they chase that parade from the gutter to the top. We they run this lane, speed where they bust brain, they drive me insane. Vroom vroom, now we the lead, oh. Pedal to the floor, nobody fit each, oh. Zoom zoom. The crowd is scream, oh. Niger race king, I the reign supremo. Vroom, vroom. Now we the lead, oh. Pedal to the floor, nobody feel each, oh. Zoom, zoom. The crowd is scream, oh. Niger race king, I the reign supremo. Down for the dodge. Okada they scatter, highway now watch zone, but it no matter. Drift for the corner, I'ma see my swagger. Turbo they kiki, they sound like thunder. Fuel for my tank, your love for my soul. They call my name, I they take control. Head like the flash night come today. Niger car race, we they play no play. Vroom vroom, now we the lead, oh. Head out to the floor, nobody feed you. Zoom zoom, the crowd is scream, oh. Niger race king, I the race supremo. Vroom vroom, now we the lead, oh. Head out to the floor, nobody feed you. Zoom zoom, the crowd is scream, oh. Niger race king, I the race supremo. Oh yeah, pump, 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 let the bass line drop. Feel the rhythm, feel the heat, we no go stop. From Sabo to Lekki, we the tear the top. Afro be the race, I be superstar.
The future of our vision, baby, let's connect, let's partner, and let's build the future of them, baby, together.
Speedway, they bust brain, need to switch my mind. Niger race vibes, no one left behind. Cross the finish line, see the people cheer. Rock free, right this job, now the world.
Questions for you. That was really amazing. Well done, guys. I love car racing games, so this is very interesting to see. But my first question to you is, you said you need how much? 40 million?
40 million naira.
Naira?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what exactly are your plans for your money? Because you said you want to use them for...
Business and legal fees, then most important is studio equipment.
So how do you plan to make money?
How do we plan to, in our purchases, we will use it like a freemium model, so players can play for free, then in-game, they can make purchases, and advertising as well. We also partner with car brands, African car brands, if that's possible, to showcase their cars in-game as well.
Okay, so you know that we have games like this already existing. This is a bit different because of the Nigerian feel. We're bringing Abuja here, you know, which is very
And also to the lady who's part of that team, she was a little nervous, you know, so just to let you know that that's okay. Everybody has their strengths, you know, and we enjoyed seeing you over here. Some of the other teams, you know, are fully female, you know, which brings me, you know, a lot of joy. And we're looking forward to seeing them. We want to see them on stage here. For those behind, if you can hear me at the back of the hall, please make some noise. Let's be sure that they're even part of what we are doing, please. What's going on? If you are behind up there and you can hear me, please make some noise. Okay, we're sorry we didn't bring the mic to you. I'm going to fix that next time. All right, so please give us a few minutes. Once we're ready with the next set, we will, of course, you know, get back into it and have the remaining pitches going on for the rest of the evening. And, of course, lunch would also be served very soon. We really, once again, apologize for the very, very short break in proceedings for today. Welcome once again to Demo Day 2025. Please put your hands together.
fighting with us, say hello. Hi, everyone. We sincerely apologize for the break in transmission. Our sincerest apologies, please. We're ready to get right back to it. And so, as we reduce the volume of the music, thank you very much. I'd like to invite the next group to pitch on stage. I know that a lot of us are getting tired, but I mean, these wonderful ideas, they deserve your best attention. And I hope that you give it to them. Kairos Creative, please, let's come on stage. Let's see you. Thank you, that's the energy. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. Grace and Joy.
In a small village, nestled by the river, a young boy's world was shattered by the desperation of the one he looked up to. As the government plus all these oil companies not going to give us work, we said go chop this oil money by force. One fateful night, a devastating choice was made. A loss that would change Tonye's life forever. But in grief, a spark of determination was lit. What would Tonye do? Would he let tragedy define him, or would he rise to protect the very thing that gives us life? Join Tonye on his journey to redemption and hope. A story of courage, resilience, and the unbreakable human spirit. Coming soon.
Investors, highly esteemed guests, and of course every Yappian here, as well as the judges, good afternoon. My name is Grace Samawoko, and today I'll be presenting with Joy Nwankwo. Together we are Kairos Creative Studio, Yappians from Cohort 1, proudly. And at Kairos Creative Studio, we want to revolutionize social impact through 3D animation. 13 million barrels of oil have been spilled across the Niger Delta. Thousands of lives have been lost, including livelihoods, subjecting these communities to poverty, sicknesses. But today we want to ask you to remember who Tonye is. Because some choices cost more than just lives. And by lending our voice to his story, we want you to remember that pipeline vandalism is never the way out of poverty. At Kairos Creative Studio, we believe that stories have the power to ignite social change. And that has made us to create high-quality 3D animation that will drive this social change. From complex stories like
a lot of content on the media, but very few of them are impactful. And that is one problem we recognize in Kairos Creative Studio, among the Kairos team, of course. So imagine how do we expect these changes to be inspired? How do organizations who are interested in this problem, solving them, How do they reach people if the media don't bring up these conversations that can inspire the highly needed change? Without this change, we realize that Africa as a continent will keep trying to play catch up with the rest of the world. And this problem is one we are interested in Kairos Creative Studio.
And to solve this problem, we have created what we call the Kairos Advantage, which is transformative cultural animation, where we intend to break the barriers of cultural and language issues to tell the stories in a very simple way that is easy to understand. Engaging dynamic narratives, as well as empowering aspirational role models. I mean, we have the likes of, Mulan and the rest of them, but we want you to think of an African story, an African hero, like Tonye today, and remember that pipeline vandalism is not the way.
So we've heard of the problem, we've heard the solution we are proposing, but the big question is there a market in this? Is this worth doing? Thankfully, there is. The global animation industry alone, makes at least $400 billion. And Africa is rising in this industry. And that is something that at Kairos Creative Studio, we believe we have a great chunk in. Now, because we are interested in social change, we are interested in CSR initiatives in Nigeria. In 2023, the first half of the year alone, Nigerian banks spent about 3.69 billion naira on CSR initiatives. And this industry spends 600 billion naira yearly just to meet their corporate responsibilities. And this is a place, because we are deeply interested, we believe we have a place in this market. Let's not talk about the educational content market, which is growing thanks to remote learning. Because for each video we put out there, it's going to be educative. And so we are part of that. Then there are the target clients. There are organizations who want to reach people, who want to inspire change. We work with them and we'll make the change happen. Of course, we have an opportunity there.
Our business model...
Sorry to cut you short, but your time is done. Great pitch.
Thank you very much.
But it seems like they want to hear from you still, so 2 more minutes. Let's go.
Okay, yes, we'll just make it short. So our business model is simple, B2B partnership, where we create custom animation for NGOs, CSR initiatives, as well as ethical brands, content licensing, as well as social media monetization, merchandising and IP, where we monetize original animated characters. Moving on to our market impact, we understand that we need to create a pilot series that we can post across social media platforms and engage our audiences, to grow a network and a family for us. Our competitive edge is premium, culturally resonant animation that, is different and captures, the social impact stories as opposed to what you have out there, which is entertainment and, freelancers doing this as well.
So we are asking for 50 million naira. 26 million of that will be spent on the right tools. We know we need the right tools if we're going to read world-class level. And we also, the 24 million will be used as working capital for hiring, operational costs, talent development. So 50 million naira is what we intend to enter the market with.
And our financial projection, we intend to give our early investors 2 to 3 times return on investment in the next 3 to 5 years. And for our financial projections on screen, just to manage time, we cannot go into details, but we'll be glad to answer your questions.
Thanks to Delio Creative Academy and Mastercard Foundation, YAPPI, the YAPPI program has raised young people in different ways. They have trained us, they have mentored us, and they brought about this wonderful team, which is Kairos Creative. So we have the team members here.
And together we're saying that you should join us in creating a more impactful future. Thank you very much. Our contact details are on the screen.
Okay, guys, so well done. Awesome pitch. I like that it's touching social issues.
Yes, that is all good. But my question is, what milestones will the funding help you achieve?
With the funding, right, we will be able to get quality equipment. We did this project with one laptop, it's interesting to know. And, it will just help to foster quick work as well as high quality work. And it will also help us to hire the right team to work and ensure that we create high impactful stories through 3D animation. Thank you.
So, let me add to that, sorry. We believe that the entry point is quite important, and we want to create a pilot series, like our introduction into mainstream, to introduce people to Kairos Creative Studios. So that is one milestone we believe.
Okay, so my question is, if it so happens that you don't get any investor today, although we hope not, but if it happens that way, how do you intend to generate the fund? You said $50 million, that's a lot of money.
50 million naira.
Oh,
Yes,
naira. Okay, how do you intend to generate it?
Okay, like we said, this is just a pilot project, like you saw. It's a trailer of what we have in store. We want to create a series on pipeline vandalism as our pilot project and leverage YouTube. So if investors don't come, we would leverage YouTube, you monetize social media, and just keep ourselves rolling.
Oh, okay, lovely. Well done, guys. I think my own question here would be, again, about money, right, which is the very important part. So I see that your revenue for the first 3 years, you have year one, I think 80 million.
80 million, yes.
That's almost impossible.
Okay.
So how do you want to justify that? Because imagine as an investor,
Yes.
I give you 50 million naira, and then you tell me year one, we're going to see 80 million. I'll ask you how. So what happens if we don't see 80 million? What's your plan?
Okay, so the 80 million was actually thought about by creating 10 projects at the rate of 8 million naira. We will be able to, in a year, we'll be able to generate that 80 million. But if we're not able to get up to 10 projects, we also intend to, like I said, leverage our pilot series, put our content online, make sure that we use YouTube AdSense as much as we can. And if we can also create a pilot project that is amazing, sell to streaming platforms, that way we can also generate income. Yeah.
If I'll add to that, we have a pilot series, but we know there are many issues that we need to be talked about. So we have many stories we can tell. So it's not just about pipeline vandalism. There are many issues that need to be talked about. So when we create these stories, we believe we put it out there, not just YouTube. We are not lacking in platform to share the stories. So we'll create all those.
So you just answered my second question. Thank you. I would say that your storyline was good, but maybe as you keep improving in yourselves, make your animation more fluid, so it's more interesting to watch. But well done.
Thank you very much.
Can we please give it up one more time for Kairos Creative? Aren't we proud of them? Are we proud of them? To think that the first time they learned animation was through the YAPPI program. And now look at the amazing solution that they've come up with. Well done, Kairos Creative. We're very, very proud of you. And now, without further ado, I'd like to invite our next pitching group, the NeoGen group. Please give them a round of applause as they come to the stage. You will make NeoGen jealous, so you clapped more than this for Kairos. Please, thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We are YAPPIans Cohort 1. My name is Emanuela, a co-founder of NeoGen Motion 3D. Did you know that as the world is evolving rapidly, institutions, schools, care homes, hospitals are finding it hard to engage their audiences with immersive experiences? Even traditional means like walk-ins are now costly, they are limited, and also they are not captivating anymore. So this is where we come in. We offer augmented reality and virtual reality experiences to transform educational learning, history learning, and also care home therapeutic experiences. And that's not all. You can also explore different luxurious shopping malls. You can explore high-end fashion stores, at the comfort of your home from anywhere in the world. So we are offering no limits, we are offering no boundaries, but pure immersive experiences. So here is a simulation of what we offer.
Welcome to a journey beyond the ordinary, a journey where reality blends and history comes alive at your fingertips.
Let's see what the new update can do. Activate Museum Mode.
Welcome to the Virtual African Heritage Museum, where centuries of history converge in a breathtaking digital experience. Each artifact before you is a gateway to a story.
Wow, this is incredible! I can see the museum all around me. Every detail, every artifact. It's like I'm really here.
With augmented reality, these artifacts are no longer static relics. The past is never truly gone. It lives in the echoes of traditions, in the hands of the artisans, and now, in the timeless world of augmented reality. Tap and explore their hidden stories. Let history unveil itself before your eyes.
This experience is unbelievable.
And so it is. The future of history is in your hands. Welcome to a new reality.
Hi. Hi, everyone. So, the VR market is projected to reach 69 million users by the end of 2029. And our aim at NeoGen is to position ourselves as one of the forerunners of the industries. And by leveraging our clients' businesses and by making them stay ahead of the curve through immersive virtual reality technology. At NeoGen, we offer a B2B business model and with 3 pricing models. First of all, we offer a onboarding fees, then a pay-per-view pricing, then we have the ongoing maintenance and upgrading services. And with our revenue projection, by the first year, we aim to have 5 clients, and we aim to have over 25,000 views. And at the rate of 5,000 naira per view, at the end of the year, we'll have generated a revenue of 125 million. And when we subtract 60 million cost of operation, we would have made a profit of 50 million naira by the end of the first year. So, who are our competitors right now? To be honest, our competitors in the market are not much. That is why NeoGen aimed to do this. Because our competitors in the market right now are not much. But when we are talking about competitors, we have the indirect competitors, we have the malls, we have the physical malls, we have the physical museums, we have the physical shopping centers. These are the markets in which we aim to disrupt. And what have we been doing so far to disrupt the markets? First of all, we have a working VR simulation prototype of the video you just seen there. Then, right now, we are in communication stage of forming a partnership with a university museum right now. And apart from immersive technology, we don't only offer immersive technology. We offer state-of-the-art 3D modeling services, whereby you can bring your ideas to life from script to screen. Also, we offer VR trainings and simulation training for businesses, bringing the next generation of technology right to them right now. But to achieve all this, we can't achieve this without the right funding. So we are asking for 50 million naira in investments. We're asking for 50 million naira in investments. The cost of these investments will go into expanding our content portfolio so we can make more videos, make more simulations, make more VR simulations of the kind of video you see now. Then buying new technology, upgrading our current technology, that's our systems, our VR technology, and buying new VR technology. Third is also accelerating our penetration into the market, because there's no market for this, right? There's a market for this, but there's no one doing it right now. So with the funding, we'll be able to accelerate ourselves into the market.
Ladies and gentlemen, please meet our beautiful and amazing team. These guys are the experts behind the transformative innovation that we have seen today. So with NeoGen Motion 3D, the world is at your reach. We bring dimensions to life creating innovation, one experience at a time. So we want you to join us in this transformative innovation. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. First question is, I want to really understand how it works. Are you sitting in your house and using your VR system phone to go to a digital museum? That's first question. Secondly, have you also looked into collaborating with existing museums? Like, for example, you have MOA. It's a new museum coming up in Benin. Have you looked into that? Discovery Museum in Abuja, because they do something a little bit similar. So how do you plan to stand to be different from what's going on right now?
Yeah. Let me answer the second question first. For the partnership, that, like you said, we are trying to start small first. So we are first targeting schools, universities. There are some universities that have museums in their schools. So the first university that we want to plan to communicate with now is OAU. I'm an OAU student, so we want to communicate with them on using their museum as a prototype for our technology and integrating our technology into their system. And for the second question of using, being in your room and using it, exactly, because we are trying to, one of our target markets are schools and businesses. For the schools now, we have a VR package whereby students can learn with virtual reality. Most children can't go to excursions because it is expensive right now to go to carry your students to excursions because cost of fuel, security issues and stuff. So they can explore the world with our VR technology from their classrooms and they can still understand because we are making these simulations with lifelike precisions. So they'll be able to understand and they'll be able to learn. So that's how it will go.
All right, well done, thank you.
Okay, so I have so many questions. So the first one is, you said you are going to be using 5 clients, and from the projection you made, these clients have to be big people, like people that have money. So where do you intend to find them? That's the first question. And the second is, how far back is your data in the VR going to be going? Like, you said you'll be getting the data from school, so how far back? Is it like in the 90s? Is it in our present world? Do you understand? And then the third question is, these your clients, will they have unlimited access to this experience, or they would have limited access, and do they have to keep paying to, you understand, subscription kind of
Yeah,
thing?
if we can go to the slide of our revenue model, there's a table there that says payment per uses. So the payment system is per uses, that means per experience. So if they pay for 5,000 views, that means they will view the simulation 5,000 times, and for one view is 5,000 naira. And there is also a AR package whereby if they cannot afford the virtual reality, we also offer AR services whereby they can have the same experience but with their phones, where they just scan a QR code and there's a 3D object right in front of them and they can learn more about it. So teachers and museums and malls can use this to educate their audience and reach a whole new audience from far away. For the second question, please remind me the second question.
Okay, I don't know which one, but I wanted to say something based on what you said now.
Yeah.
So how many people in Nigeria currently do you think would be able to pay 5,000 naira to view VR once?
We are doing a business-to-business model. So the businesses will come and meet us for our service. We'll meet the business so that they can accept our services. Then the businesses will serve the customers. Yeah.
Solid pitch. You're the front man, I can tell. You're championing this cause. Nice. So I'm just going to ask. Sorry, it was. So what are the major costs involved in running your business?
Costs.
The major costs.
So the first cost is buying of equipment. That means the VR goggles. That means the motion sensors. Then the computers. That we need high-end computers to run these VR simulations. Then the third is marketing costs. We need to cover marketing because this market is new, it's the emerging market. So we need to market our businesses so that people can know about it and know what to do. So these are the three major things that the cost of business will cover.
Please, I think they deserve another round of applause. I think he almost said $50 million. It's police that would have carried you from here. Well, thank you very much anyway. I'm excited about the ideas that they have. And I think that's maybe one of the things that we should also celebrate with the YAPPI program, the fact that it's making some of these people even more creative. They are thinking about, as much as they are also trying to pitch so that they can run these companies, some of these things are also going to solve problems in society, which is, a plus. So please, once again, for Neogen, a round of applause for them, please. All right, our next pitches are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's put our hands together for VVD5.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, judges. Hope you're all doing good. By the way, we have a VR demo for you to experience after our pitch. Thank you.
Imagine stepping into your dream project before the first brick is laid. At VVD5 Studios, we turn blueprints into breathtaking 3D animated visuals and immersive experiences, so you can see, feel, experience, and refine every detail before construction even begins. For real estate developers, this means faster sales with stunning previews. For architects and engineers, it is precision-driven decision-making. For hotels, event planners, and brands, it is a captivating marketing tool that turns concepts into reality. Why risk costly design mistakes? Save cost, accelerate decisions, boost engagement, avoid errors. Your vision deserves more than just a drawing. It deserves to be vividified.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jessica. He's Onyedika. We are cohort 1 participants, and we are both co-founders of VVD5 Studios. Now, here at VVD5 Studios, we help you experience it before you build it. Traditional 2D blueprints are generally ambiguous and difficult to interpret, leading to a lot of back and forth in communication between the housing stakeholders and the contractors. So you have a lot of what you ordered versus what you got going on in housing projects. With our virtual reality solution, we help to mitigate this problem by helping both ends see the building projects, visualize it, experience it, even before construction begins, thereby saving time, money, and unnecessary material consumption. Secondly, if you live in Lagos and have at any point had to go house hunting, you will agree with me that there is premium tiers to be had at the hands of Lagos house agents and their exorbitant prices just for house viewings. I mean, it ranges anything from 5K to 10K just to see a house. It gets very interesting when you do a little bit of mathematics. The last population of Lagos was set at 22 million in 2022, according to Business Day reports. 17.6 million of these residents look to rent houses every year. When you multiply that by the 10K charges, it sums up to a whopping 17.6 billion gone in just house agents charging. And we say there's no money in Nigeria. Now, this is where we're coming. With our 360 virtual tours, we help house renters come on our website, see these properties, and make their housing choices without having to go through the hustle and bustle of Lagos house agents. Thirdly, for Airbnbs, hotels, corporate organizations that have different guests at any point in time in the year, by embedding our immersive solution on their websites, we help their intending guests see their facilities online and make better decisions as per bookings. Now, this is not just a fancy solution. We are SDG aligned, especially SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. So with our VR tech, we ensure that there is unnecessary material waste and material consumption leading to back and forth and reworking of house projects based on misunderstandings in 2D blueprints. And for our CSR, we make housing available for everyone at every level, including those with disabilities, the elderly, people in remote locations who may not have access to multiple site visits, even low-income earners that may not have the 10K to pay for every constant visit to a site. We make sure that housing options are accessible and available to everyone at every level.
I know you guys are wondering, what is our market opportunity? But just imagine, annually, 30,000 houses are being built in Lagos, while 17.6 million house hunters are in Lagos. That means that our market is limitless. So who are our target audience? Our target audience are architectural firms, real estate companies, the government, and most importantly, those house hunters that pay 10K to a house agent but get low value for their money. So what is our revenue model? Our revenue model is quite unique because we benefit from both the demand and the supply chain. So now, for our VR experience unit cost, it will range from 500,000 naira to 5 million naira, depending on the complexity of the project. While our 360 visual tour will range from 3,000 naira to 5,000 naira monthly subscription. So we are going to leverage heavily on digital and code outreach for our marketing plan, for our marketing strategy. So who are we? We are a combination of highly skilled 3D and VR specialists. And we're in collaboration with architects and programmers. So ladies and gentlemen, the immersive technology is growing at an alarming rate, and Vivid Vision is in the perfect position to capitalize in this opportunity. The question is, will you join us in this journey? Thank you.
All right, so would please ask that one of our judges experience the VR demo.
So we don't really have enough time again. Maybe she'll just do that as we ask questions.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
For one, another awesome pitch. Well done. I like what the problem you're trying to solve is amazing. Finally, real estate can be real estate. You know, people looking for houses can find affordable homes, right? Yeah. That's the goal. You said something about the demand and the supply. Do you want to shed some more light on that?
Okay. So for our VR experience, we meet directly. We are in contract-based business. Therefore, we meet with the business architect that wants us to raise the building. Now, for the 360 visual tour, we benefit from the suppliers. That's the customers that want to rent houses. You get what I'm saying? Like the customers. So that's basically it.
Okay, yeah, I have a couple of questions. Okay. That was a great experience. It was really nice to see.
Thank you.
First question is, how do you intend to put yourself out there to make your company known to people? And then you said something about using architects and programmers. I didn't hear you talking about landlords. I mean, the owner of the house is the landlord, not the architect or programmer. So how do you intend to convince a Lagos landlord to allow you to digitize their houses?
Okay, for your first question, our marketing strategy is leveraging social media and then direct engagement. So we go to these real estate firms and we meet them, offer our solution. And so that's one. And then for your second question, how do we intend to reach out to the landlords? So I mentioned about the stakeholders when I started. So generally, somebody looking to build a house would typically employ a real estate company or a property manager to handle that for the most part. So we are dealing with those people, not directly the house owners. So it's those property managers, those architects, those real estate companies that are direct business.
All right, thank you guys very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nobody has any quick VR solutions to reduce house rent in Lekki? I'm just, that's an idea, you know, whoever is coming up next is something to consider. And I see that, you know, the very first guys, the Fanimoras, they had this thing on their pitch where on the streets of Abuja, you had a YAPPI billboard. I also saw the same thing here. I think there was a YAPPI school in this one as well, or in the guys before it. It feels like blackmail. You know? The fact that you have YAPPI in your pitch doesn't mean that, you know, you're going to find favor. A round of applause for them once again. Our fifth group who are going to be pitching, please, ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for Hexa Studios. Come on, man. We need, give them more life, please, all right? Everybody needs to be celebrated.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I would say thank you to YAPPI for an opportunity like this. Like I said initially while I was a student, I said, I didn't think it was true that they were going to do animation free in Nigeria, but thank you, YAPPI, and thank you, Masterclass. So my name is Felix Chigeku, and I have a few of my team members with me. Here is Yvette, and here is Annie. Thank you. Now, the same problem that we want to solve is real estate, specifically because I had been in real estate before, and I remember taking someone to a particular facility in Ogun State, and getting there and coming back was really hectic. So we thought of a solution that would help, you know, reduce all of these hassles for people, while people can do a virtual tour. But we do not just stay in virtual tour or virtual reality. We have what's called the augmented reality. One of my teammates will go around now and show you their phone. So there's a QR code that we created. Once you place your phone on it, it helps you see exactly what, you know, experiences that we have. Now, why did we choose this? Like I said, circling from the previous people, hassle in getting houses is really, really a lot. And we know that in order to break that barrier, people can literally experience it from their homes. So we created not just the VR experience, but there's an API that we have created such that this doesn't just work for real estate, it also works for the automobile industry and as well the aviation industry. The automobile industry, because we have a law in Nigeria that says that until you are 18, you cannot get a driver's license. But I see 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds who are excited about wanting to drive their dad's car at early age. And then we realized that if we can create a solution and a system that can help create simulation, we build Lagos streets, we build Lagos areas, we build like Abuja, we build streets. And so as a 14-year-old, I first have a first-hand experience as a driver on a simulated car while I drive through Lagos. So by the time I'm 18, I already have an understanding of what road network is, and so I don't have to struggle when I get to that age to collect my driver's license. It's just to bridge the gap between understanding how to drive early as against wanting to falsify your age. We have our SDGs and our CSR, but I'll just allow one of my colleagues as well speak on, you know, her own experience, and then we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. So when I was 16, I've dreamt of becoming a female pilot. But guess what? This is Nigeria, which is why Hexa Studios is bent on bringing in solutions to counter this problem and empower women in Africa. During our course and research, we realized that in the corners of your room, you can have a virtual sensation of flying a plane and before getting the physical interaction. And with this, it will help ignite passion, creativity, and dreams of women in Africa. I would like to bring on my fellow partner to speak on the empowerment and investments Hexa Studios will be investing on women in Africa. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So for our CSR, we haven't realized the low engagement of females in animation. Hence, we brought the Hexa Girls in Animation project. So what's Hexa Girls in Animation? We are hoping to equip and teach girls in underserved communities within the age of 8 to 15 animation. So we intend to partner with public schools to get access to these girls. Hubs will be created in specific and strategic communities for easy accessibility to the training. At Hexa, we'll be setting aside 3% of profits earned from every project to support and fund the Hexa Girls in Animation. Join us in this immersive revolution. Thank you.
And I'm sure that we're wondering why we're not mentioning financials. This is because we are a partner-driven company. We understand the value of giving back majorly as against just asking for funds to raise, which is why one of the first things we did was to seek advice from engineers who build hardware, packages such that the integrations are more immersive and realistic. So you're not just using your headset alone. You are sitting in front of a modeled airplane dashboard while you are using the headset. You are sitting in front of a modeled car hardware while you are driving through the street. So it's not just a pad or joystick integration. It's a more immersive integration and more realistic. Thank you.
Okay, well done. That was very interesting to hear. My first question would be about your competitors. Who are your competitors? How do you want to, challenge that market? That's the first one. Okay, answer the question.
I'll allow you.
Okay, and the second thing would be about, you said you don't really have anything to say about revenue, but money is still very important. So we don't know what you're asking. How much do you plan to make? How do you plan to make? What's your business model?
Okay, like I said, what we are developing is an API. It means this integration would be sent to a real estate firm, for example, who engages us in building this software, this platform for them. We know what the cost implications are in terms of modeling, because we're all generalists, 3D generalists, so we know what the cost implication of modeling and all of those factors are. So those are the things that we're factoring in. And we want to partner because we know the amount is really humongous, because speaking with the engineer, one of the models that we had encountered, they said that we would need at least like a $20,000 budget to at least build one of the car models. And I know that realistically, if we start to raise that kind of funds, it might take a while. So we want to partner with big firms that already have, okay, so maybe like a car firm in Nigeria who already does assemblage. So we speak with them. They have engineers who have that expertise, and then we integrate with them because we have the soft skills to create the streets, the interfaces with Unreal Engine, and then integrate with their own hardware, and then the partnership can benefit both of us.
Nice, decent pitch, but it seems like you're in the free business. You're not in the free business, right? You're pitching because you want investors to, indulge. So you can't say you don't want to ask for too much. No, you need to communicate to who is interested in what you're doing. So I mean, your pitch was decent, but you need to. The reason you're here is to generate funds for what you want to do.
Yes, sir.
So please give us like.
Okay, so we'll put a figure to it then.
Yes.
Okay. So to add to that, during our market research, going by our reports, the report of the market research and then visibility studies, we seek a 50 million naira funding at a 10% equity stake for now, going by the market research. So this would be for content library development, high equipment and operational costs, marketing and sales, and then for the strategic initiative, which is the Hexa Girls in Animation.
So mine is not a question, it's just like to suggest something. So for your slides, I could barely see images that related to what you're talking about in it. And it makes sense that as I'm looking at the slides, I should understand what you're saying. Do you get? And then try to make it less wordy, more pictures. Do you understand? Yeah. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so like I said, a team member is going with their phones, so you can just have like an AR quick view of another project here.
Thank you, Exa Studios. Can we please give them a resounding round of applause? You know, when they talked about the Exa Girls Academy as their CSR, all I could think about was, wow, in less than 3 years of operations, YAPPI is already having grandbabies. We should give a round of applause for YAPPI now. We're doing well, right? Thank you so very much. Thank you to our judges. One of the things I wanted to do with this pitching competition was also to give them feedback from industry leaders and practitioners on how they can make their project ideas better and build profitable businesses from it. And I do believe that we're doing that. So right now, I'd like to welcome our very next group. We're on the 6th group now. We're going to 10. So we're already at the middle point. Thank you all for sticking with us. Pixelverse, are you ready for us? Are you ready for us?
Fashion is evolving.
Thank you. Please give them a round of applause as they come to the stage.
From threads to pixels, the digital realm unlocks infinite possibilities. In gaming, digital fashion transforms avatars into cultural icons, bringing character and depth to the virtual world. In the metaverse, digital fashion becomes identity, a way to express yourself in immersive worlds. In animation, digital fashion tells stories, preserving cultural heritage while captivating audiences worldwide. On virtual runways, creativity knows no bounds. Fashion reimagined, accessible to all. This is the power of digital fashion, bridging creativity, culture, and technology in ways once unimaginable.
Hello, everyone. Love the energy. My name is Amazino Ubiti, and with me here is
Felix Obafemi.
And we're students of the YAPPI Cohort 1 program. So, did you know that on an average, a person spends about 18 to 15 hours on their screen? Be it your cell phone, your laptop, your desktop, whatever it is you are using, you spend that much time on your phone. So you could also say that we're in a digital age. That is where we are. And going forward, I'm setting more hours. People are going to spend more hours there playing video games, watching Instagram skits, and all of those things. So now, it's not just in all those other industries. It is now also in the fashion industry.
Yeah.
It has moved from just, physical garments to now pixels. We're digital as well. Now, if you look at the statistics, I'm sure that there are certain people here that play games. Anybody here that plays games? Yes, I can see some of you here that play games. When you play games, have you ever tried looking for African assets, or maybe you just feel like wearing an agbada or something? There is nothing. It's just Western outfits or Asian outfits, which is quite ridiculous. Even with filters, when you try on filters, there is no African filters. And this is fashion.
No. Yeah.
Africa, we are known for fashion. See, in fact, in this space, Nigeria alone, let me not say Africa, Nigeria alone, our ethnicities, our cultures, our outfits, our dresses is enough to dominate the digital space.
And that is why we are creating realistic African garments for animation studios, XR developers, gaming studios, even fashion brands for their digital fashion runways.
Now, speaking of XR, feel free to scan our code and experience it in real life. You can zoom in, you can turn it around, you can see the stitching, the beads, the lace, everything. You can see it yourself.
All right, we're going to be moving on because we don't have time. Why invest? There is growth potential. $4 billion market in the digital fashion.
and even in other digital segments such as animation, games, and so on and so forth.
Why us? We understand the pipeline. We have a well-structured team. From the video, you could see everybody knows what it is that they're doing. We have the garment modelers, we have the post-production, we have the people that model the characters, to the hair. We have it all together. We also understand the importance of sustainability. Fashion is known for waste. There's a lot of fashion waste. We understand that. So instead of you going into your studios, you are trying to make outfits, you are wasting them, you can do them digitally. You can try out the different fashion styles you want to do. And when you come up with your right prototype, then you can start getting into the material and cutting.
Business model.
For the business model, how do we make money? How do we generate money? What is the money revenue? Now, this can actually be gotten from several ways. It could be from selling game assets. There are a lot of people spend a lot of money buying game assets. You want to buy a particular suit, there's a money. Even for Snapchat, the avatars in Snapchat, you actually have to pay for the outfits. Why am I paying for a bumper jacket when there's another option for me to pay for an Ankara outfit that looks great? You want to stylize yourself. You want to have a personality. We have that. We can also collaborate with the XRO studios and developers. We have that. There's also licensing. It's endless, to be very honest. You can also do your virtual runway shows like what we did as well, which other brands are already doing. For the ARO part, you could actually try out the outfit on yourself before you buy it. So no more what I ordered versus what I got. You can see it in real time.
And when talking about investment requirements, we are requesting for $30,000. We'll be investing on expanding our team. We'll also be investing on tech and tools, those softwares, all right? We'll also be investing in marketing and distribution.
Now, this is not just any random project. This is actually a project that aligns with the SDG, decent work and economic development. So this project is something that we intend to upscale. It's going to bring up more job opportunities. More people are going to be trained in this. People are going to learn a lot from this. And in turn, we're going to generate revenue for Africa and our country, Nigeria, and put ourselves out there on the globe.
And talking about the reemphasizing on that SDG, we are targeting SDG number 8, creating decent work and economic growth in Africa. You know, this space is not saturated yet. If more people can nail it and invest in it, that will create job employment. And if there's job employment, then it's income. If there's income in Africa and even in Nigeria, you know, there is economic empowerment. And if our youths can do stuff, they can do creative stuff that are digital, then they can work for global clients as well. So join us in shaping the future of fashion. Thank you.
Amazing pitch. As much as I'm an animator, I also own a textile company. So seeing this is very, very interesting, and I love it. 2020, I thought to myself, how can a fashion brand and animator combine? So I looked into Clo 3D DAX, and I'm seeing a lot of that here. So that is very beautiful. Your presentation was lovely. Question. You talked about 15, see, I always go to the money part because money is very, very important,
Very important.
$15,000, right? That's what you asked.
No, $30,000.
$30,000. Okay, so how much have you made? How much do you have right now as an investor? If I want to invest in the company, I would ask you, how much do you think that we can make in a year if you're collecting 30K? So that's number one. Number two, because it's a fashion industry, we know that there are a lot of fashion designers right now in Nigeria. But a lot of fashion designers don't also have the money to be able to do things like this. So how do you want to leverage on the fact that we have a lot of fashion designers and yet they don't have, you know, the capacity, the ability to invest in things like this? Do you have a plan? Do you have a project that can work with small business owners here in your country, Nigeria?
All right, thank you so much. The first question, because we are a startup, we have not really made some funds yet, but we are seeking for investment so that our innovation can be, you know, scaled. All right. So, but personally, we've been working for clients, and then we've been on project and contract-based works, and then we have been seeing we have been generating income. So, based on the second question, that is there a plan? Yeah, there is a plan. that's in place. In fact, there's a good structure in place because we are versatile, it's sustainable, and then it's kind of very innovative. It's very innovative. All right. So the structure in place is that we can always license, though not only for fashion brands, but also for animators. I mean, you know, what do you feel like when you have your game's character and then your animation character simulate, and the garment is simulating properly? It's actually nice, and then it brings realism to the project. And then coming to fashion industry, imagine as a textile person, you have your textile physically, also you have them minted as NFT. Because they are digital assets, they can be minted as NFT and then usable in metaverse. So all these structures, they are in place to scale our enterprise.
Also, concerning what you said about working with small brands, so we would understand your budget. For instance, you want to make 5 designs. You let us know this is how much you have. And we discuss with ourselves to know what we can do for you. But we can tell you, with that budget, we can give you 2 designs that work very well. Because even small brands, they spend a lot of money trying to source for fabric, knowing the right fabric and all of those things. These are things that we can cut down on. Once you just put in the textile material into the software, you see how that material looks. You don't have to cut it out. So at the end of the day, you are saving costs. Even doing fashion shows can be very, very expensive. The whole stage setup. So in turn, you are actually saving money by doing it digitally.
Okay. What I wanted to say is that as a game designer, you're coming for my job, and I don't like that. Because part of my job is character customization.
Yes.
So I create the character outfit.
Then
and then
we'll
you're
do this
saying,
for you.
Yes, you're saying you want to create the outfit. So I think your target audience for that, for now, should be companies that want to create African games, but are not necessarily African people. Because someone like me now can actually work on this and create it. So that's just to give you heads up on how you go about that. So
thank you.
My question is, you said something about what you ordered versus what you got. So does it mean, do you think that seeing the outfit would interpret to getting exactly what you saw? Because even when you give these tailors images and everything, you still get what you ordered versus what you got. So what is your what you're creating going to do differently? And then the second question is, do you have data to back up your need for the money you were asking for and the return on investments for the people investing in you?
I would answer your first question, and Femi would answer the second one. So for your first question, what I meant by what you ordered versus what you got, there are certain outfits and colors that you are not setting it to necessarily look good on your skin tone. So with these filters, you can, it could be like a Snapchat filter. You place it in front, you stand in front of it, you have a rough idea. It's not going to be exact because it's still not the physical, but you have a rough idea of what it should look like. You can also select the color you want on it, because there could be different colors. There's purple, there's red, there's pink. So maybe you're having a difficult time selecting what color you want. You could try that out and know, okay, this is what I want, this is how I want to look like. Also, there are other brands that have also influenced this. In their website, they could have like scarves. For instance, Gucci, they have a scarf. When you tap on it, it gives you like a filter where it's around your neck. There are 2 styles. There's a style where you drop it down, and there's a style where you wrap it around your neck. So even without buying it, you already have an idea of, okay, this style would look good on me. I should purchase this.
Okay, guys. Okay. Her second question, you didn't answer her second question.
Okay, so the data is, the figure we put out, we didn't just come up with figure, but that is kind of industry benchmark data. So the need always, as always, because of the technicality and then these tools that we are going to be acquiring, they are paid for. So we believe that that amount is going to sort those bills.
Okay.
Thank you.
Again, another excellent pitch. Super proud, Felix. You're doing so well.
Thank you.
But I have questions. So, regards revenue, you said something about NFT sales. Off the top, NFTs were booming like in 21. What's your plan for now? I feel like it's a thriving platform, but you can correct me. What's your plan going into NFT sales?
Yeah, it's part of our means of revenue. It's part of our revenue model. And then statistically, $20 billion is projected as at the market of NFTs is projected to be $20 billion in 2023. All right,
Okay.
so we are pursuing that niche. And of course, part of our teams have been engaged in that community. Last year, we were speaking at NFT Metaverse conferences.
Okay,
As
fair.
well.
Fair. So you said you want 15K USD for team expansion. What does that entail? Team expansion.
So there's a lot of involvement in terms of technicality. So if you see our team, we have the modelers, we have the augmented, the XR developers. So, but especially what we have is just the modelers, the environment artists, the lighting, the render artists. But in this case, we have to expand because we need more developers as well, more people that can write code and then do some more designs for us. So the front, though we came up as a startup, we might pat ourselves at the back and say and encourage one another. But when we are expanding, we won't just say thank you or encourage them. We have to give them something to compensate.
Okay, awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for them again. Thank you very much. Up next, we're going to be calling forward for a very quick and interesting performance. She's not going to be pitching. She's really just going to thrill us with a quick performance. She is a voice artist and a singer. Please, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Rachie Wabbit.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing today? I know it's a little bit hot, but kindly bear with us. We know that the fans are on, and Mr. Linus and Stephanie have helped to make sure that we're properly catered for. How is the small shops going? Why ain't you guys answering? I'm asking you about, didn't you like the food? I know some of you started eating.
So, all I want to tell you people is remember that when you finish, remain small for me. Me, I like puff puff. And make sure it's the one that has meat inside. Though. Don't give me the one that don't have meat. I will tell Uncle Fred, Mommy, I will pay for you if you don't give me my out of you.
So, we have just come to the end of the month of love, And what better way to express how you love somebody than to invest in their future? Well, YAPPI has done that for us.
Do you know how much, Ego, that you will spend for you to buy ordinary laptop?
You will spend a lot of money, even the gadgets. Talk less of what did they call that thing? Graphics card. But YAPPI, let us give a big round of applause to YAPPI. They have invested not just in our future, but the future of others. And we have to say because the only way for you to show you really love someone, to show that you really care about someone, is to tell them, I care about your future. I want you to be better than you are. Look, 10 years past now. Look, 5 years past now. You want to be better. YAPPI has done that. And what better way than to say thank you, than for you to also look, how else can I be able to, turn this talent into something tangible? When a diamond passes through fire, it will be like, they burn me. Oh, Camila, oh, Tammy. But when that diamond comes out, baby girl, diamonds are forever. You'll be sparkling. You'll be blinding their eyes. Hey, ego. Look further. Do not let what is happening in our country right now deter you. Don't feel like, because I don't get money for transport. I never chop, belly they pay me. No. Use what you have around you. Look around. What am I good at? Who can I collaborate? They've already even said it. But look inward. Do not look at yourself now. You are stronger. You are more powerful than you can. Let me give an example. When you are playing video game and you die, gish, 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 they kill the boss. You have extra life. Imagine it like that. In this life, you have a chance to start over. Please say start over. Start over. So look at this now now they just clear my eye. Let me see clear. Let me see road. Share more. Show ye. Do you understand? I hope you understand. So let this be a reminder that the little you have been given, do like, are you Christian? Let me not. Anybody Muslim? Am I Bino? Okay. If you are a Christian, do you remember the parable of the 10 talents? The one that they gave one, they give another one 5, give another one 10. What did they use and do? The one where get one, no use am abi. Don't be like him. Okay. I have come to tell you that YAPPI helped me. Okay, I used to like cartoon, no?
Especially the one where they'll be saying, mommy, dad, hey, I like this. We'll watch Rugrats. That was one of my favorites, especially when the baby will be talking. So I'll be reading stories and I'm like,
Goldilocks and the Three Bears. And Mama said, I always loved doing that. And I figured, which animation company will I work with? And before I learn animation, do I have the patience? I now saw this scholarship, opportunity. I tapped into it. Yeah, there were hitches, there wasn't like, but do you know something? That's why I like Auntie Stephanie and Mr. Uncle Linus. Anytime there's small bump, they'll quickly set it up. They don't know they waste time. They helped you to understand that even though you see those bumps, it's just like how life is. The rose might prick you, but it's still beautiful. When you look at the end, you can be happy that what you are about to achieve is going to be 10 times, what am I saying, quantum leaps. I want you to look at YAPPI and say, thank you for giving me this opportunity because we are going to blaze the world with our legacies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. She truly has multiple accents, and she is, again, a voice artist. Everyone knows the importance of voice work when it comes to animation, so she's definitely someone that will very likely be useful in some of your projects going forward. Thank you very much once again to Rachie Wabbit. Now, one of the key things with all the conversations that we're having is really the ability to move your projects from step 1 to step 2. And step 2 for a lot of people is being able to earn from these projects. For those who put their pitches up today that may not be able to get the funding that they want, they also want to be able to still create opportunities with which they can receive funding. And so our friends from the First City Monument Bank will be coming up next to speak with us on access to finance. So ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the FCMB as they come on stage to address us on access to finance. It's one of the key conversations that we're having. Remember, we still have 4 main pitches to go. A round of applause once again, please.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I have phobia for speaking to a large crowd like this, but I'll try. First and foremost, I think we would want to have a further conversation with the Kairos Creative Group. We actually have shortlisted 2 vendors already to work on a project. But with what I've seen here today, I think I'll just automatically add them to that team. So we believe in social impact, and part of what we do within the financial inclusion group of FCMB is to speak to some of these SDGs, and the Mastercard Foundation has been very, very helpful in helping us to do just that. And I would suggest that the organization give the Kairos Creative Group some support when they come to pitch for FCMB, and that will be done virtually. So once again, I want to say well done to the Del York Creative Academy for the very good work you are doing, and thank you to Madam. She's one of those people that we always looked up to while in school or growing up. All the things she did on screen, would sort of go out to help you get better. Now we have a project with Mastercard Foundation that targets about 100,000 persons. And so far, from what I hear, Del York Creative Academy targets 60,000. So far, I don't know how many persons have been trained just yet, but I'm sure that we have enough funding to go around. The Mastercard Foundation and First City Monument Bank came together to set up a fund about $26.6 million. If you translate that to Naira, you are talking about billions. And the agenda is to ensure that this funding goes out to people who have good ideas. And it will go out at a single digit, so less than 10%. I'm sure you all know how much the interest rates in the markets today is, but it will be coming to every one of you here at a single digit. But what more has Del York Creative Academy done? They have gone a step further. So no bank will fund anybody without prior experience. No bank will do that. But because of this partnership, we are saying that even if you have not done anything before, even if you don't have a bank statement to show for it, as far as you have a good idea and you have a plan to scale your idea, we will fund you. Sometimes it requires that you come with maybe collaterals, but that is not for Del York graduates. So if you are on a YAPPI project, it's without collateral. We usually would say do a 10% equity contribution just to show commitment. But, you know, the bank has said that for you guys, we should come down to 5%. What about repayments? So, for banks, it's usually a monthly repayment. But we understand that most of you are startups, so you need some gestation period. You need some moratorium to work on your projects before it comes to maturation. So we are saying that we could give you up to 6 months moratorium before you start to repay your loans. So repayment is flexible. If you can't do monthly payments after that 6 months, you could do quarterly payments. So it means that if you take your loan in January, your first repayment can actually come in October, 9 months after you have started that project. We are doing a lot within the creative industry, digital economy, renewable energy, and the agri sector. And with what I have seen here today, most of you fall into the 3 categories that I've mentioned, which is the creative industry. You're also playing within the digital space. And then you might also need renewable energy to drive your production so as to reduce the expense line on some of the things that you do. So at FCME, we have agreed to work with Del York Creative Academy to ensure that all of you on the YAPPI project gets funding. Thank you so much.
With all the good things that he said, I don't think that round of applause works. And those are the kind of partnerships and support that the YAPPI project needs. Congrats to what was their name now? Kairos, congrats to you. I'm sure, maybe, does that mean we can remove their names since they already gotten something now? Now, wow. People are greedy. Congratulations to them once again. I want to, quickly just let everyone know that we are taking giant strides ahead, and we, of course, will be finishing, pretty soon. We want to ensure that everyone gets an opportunity to have their pitch, and we pick our winners. Remember, I said earlier that there's fantastic prizes for those who win, and we congratulate the winners in advance. Just a quick announcement. Someone left their cell phone in the restroom. So please, if that is you, please reach out to me just behind the stage for tips. The phone has a picture of a husband and wife in front as the wallpaper. I'm just saying. So if it's not you or your face doesn't look like what I can see on the wallpaper, please don't come to me. But please, someone left their phones in the restroom. Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite forward our next team who are going to be pitching. Please, let's put our hands together for Omnivision. A round of applause for them, please.
Good day, everyone. My name is Vivian Cole, and with me here is... Have you ever had this big and beautiful idea in your head, such that when you close your eyes to imagine it, it makes you smile? But you find it difficult to communicate this idea to the next person. Not because you don't have the right use of words, but because this person cannot visualize this idea the way you imagine it. This is very common in the architectural world today, where architects and developers struggle to communicate their vision to their clients using flat designs. And the clients, on the other end, find it difficult to visualize the end product from the design presented. This situation often leads to misunderstanding, delay in projects, costly revision, dissatisfaction of clients, and loss of opportunity. Imagine walking into a room that looks so much like a dream brought to life. You look around with every sense of satisfaction, as every corner of that room reflects your vision of a dream home. This is where our journey begins. We are the OVA Studios,
products of YAPPI Cohort 1. Do you know that in 2017, a renowned architect by name Sir Foster Norman was compelled by the UK court to pay a fine of £3.6 million for a failed design?
Yes, you just heard that. So Omnivision Animation is coming to the market to bridge this gap of misunderstanding in the architectural world, as we mentioned earlier. We are looking out to working with architects, interior designers, and startup real estate to help them create that visualization that will help them communicate with their clients rightly, accurately, without misunderstanding. Like, for instance, what we have on the screen here. What we have on the screen, it was displayed earlier. You see that you can view every corner of that space. This will help in decision-making between the client and the architect or the developers of that space, such that the client is able to decide that, okay, I don't like the way the chair is there. Can we create a space whereby my toilet is at this end? When I come in, I want this shelf that is there, I want it to be somewhere ahead. So this gives room for interaction. And we also know that when it comes to production, the tedious part is where you source for materials. It's very tedious, like people who are into production can testify to that. So that is why we will partner with building material companies, such that we will model their prototypes and put them in our designs, so that when the architects and our clients that we work with, when they are viewing their space, the space we've created for them, they can easily click on any design that attracts them, that they feel interested in, and they will get details of the company that produces such structure. They will get their contact details, their location, and even relative price of that structure. So we are here, we are projecting a 3-year revenue of 70 million naira. How do we intend to achieve this? We are currently working with some set of architect consultants, and they are willing to connect us with a larger group of architects who would love to work with us, who love our ideas. And we're also looking to set out a model where our clients will either subscribe to our monthly service packages or partner with us on a long-term contract, like for the real estate. We'll be glad to have your mentorship as well as support our starting business. Thank you. So to better understand what I've been saying, I'd like to show you some illustration. Like this is a space. This is a space like a sitting room of a house. So for a client who loves the structure and he sees this chair, he's like, "Ah, I love this kind of chair. Is there a company that does this?" He can easily click on this, and the information about the company that does this chair comes out, their contact, how to reach out to them, their location, and the relative price. He knows what price, how much is setting out. So it is applicable to virtually everything on the space. So this is what we are bringing to the market, which we know that we have very little percentage of people who are doing this now. Thank you.
Guys, decent pitch. Your pitch didn't do so well because until we saw the product, like with all you were saying, I didn't know what it is you were selling, honestly. But when she came with the phone, it became clearer. You know, so let's get that right, although you don't have a second chance, too bad. I was going to say, so if you did not come up with something that's in the real estate field, what else would you have done?
Okay, actually, we will, if we don't come up with, somehow I don't feel there is actually what we feel demanding at the moment, other than that aspect, because we've seen situations where something like that plays and there's disconnection in the production. So we feel that this market needs to be addressed. So that is why we're bringing it to the table, that we need to help this set of architects, that we need to help them to be able to pass out that information rightly. Like the scenario she gave earlier, a man who was charged to court in UK for a bad design. He had to pay back everything the client paid him with extra charges. Imagine if he had this kind of thing where he had access to everything he needed to work with. It will give him a clear picture of what he's working with, the amount he's supposed to work with. And obviously, there won't be such glitch that led to him paying back that huge amount of money. So that is what we're actually looking out for. And that is what we feel is better.
All right, so how much did you ask for again?
It's 15 million.
Naira?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how do you plan to raise the money if you do not find investors?
Okay, actually, if you don't find investor, because major part of this money is going to our studio construction and the raise up of our studio. So if you don't find investors, we'll start up remotely. We'll work in our own spaces. We serve, like we said, we have architect consultants that we are working with. So we can, through them, reach out to our prospect audience, and we'll work in our spaces and deliver effectively.
Thank you so much, Team Omnivision. Can we please give them another round of applause? Thank you so very much. Before we go to the next group, I wanted to mention that Demo Day is about value for us, right? And so beyond just the pitching competitions, the panel discussions, we actually have employers in the booths right outside this barricade that you can interact with later. So if you look up, there are different companies. We have Sterling Bank, we have FCMB, we have NITDA, we have Kucheza, Nucleus, so many companies that you can interact with. So please don't leave without walking into a booth or two, introducing yourself and asking about their offering, okay? Thank you very much. Right now, I'd like to welcome the wonderful team from Renderverse to tell us what they are selling. Please give them a round of applause as they come to the stage. It's not easy, right? Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I am Greatness Linus, and I'm here with my team members. We are YAPPIans of the Cohort 1 program, and we are so excited to be here. We welcome you to Renderverse, where we give your imagination a voice, and we bring your ideas to life with stunning visuals and compelling stories. At Renderverse, we are driven by a very simple yet powerful principle, which is communicating the imaginations we bring to life.
Yeah, now, speaking of communication, one of the most crucial core values of animation is its communicative value. And the construction industry, especially architecture, has utilized animation over the years to communicate construction ideas and details, ranging from the preliminary stages of the design down to its final visualization. Now, we at Renderverse are a team of 3D animators with grounded specialty in visual and immersive storytelling, architectural planning and visualization, strategic planning, and interior designing for spaces. We've therefore seen the inherent need to contribute to this fast-growing industry by collaborating with its leaders and coming up with designs and visualizations that resonate with the rapid urbanization demand. And we aim to achieve this by paying emphasis to key areas you can actually see in our work, which is our emphasis to hyperrealism, detailing, and the immersive experience itself.
Beyond using these values in architectural visualization, Renderverse goes further to solve some problems in the industry. One of these problems is the labor shortage in the construction industry. Africa's construction industry faces labor shortage, which can lead to project delays, increased costs, as well as compromised quality of the project. But there is a solution that is still largely untapped in Africa, especially here in Nigeria, and that is the 3D design and printing technology. We at Renderverse, we aim to pioneer this innovation from Nigeria to Africa to enhance the construction landscape. By leveraging on 3D technology, 3D printing technology, we aim to solve labor shortage. We also aim to enhance the accuracy and the quality of construction projects, as well as increase the time and speed of construction projects. This is a game-changing opportunity for the future of Africa.
Yeah, so I'll just, while Greatness was talking, so just to extensively talk about where our services extend to. So just beyond the construction industry, yes, we can actually function in the gaming industry as well, because I think about a month ago, I saw that Malio Games came up with a game that is focused on architectural and urbanization. So, yeah, I think the name of the game is Safari City. Safari City, yes, it's about renovating dilapidated buildings. So, Ma, please, we at Renderverse would like to collaborate with Malio Games, with Malio Games to take that game to the next level. Yes, because of our emphasis to also our indigenous kind of architecture.
Yeah, so based on recent research, the 3D architectural visualization market was projected to be around $1.1 billion as of 2020, and it was projected to grow to $5.36 billion by year 2025. So, and the question is, why is the industry growing so fast? And I feel it's because the architectural and construction industries realize that 3D visualization helps them sell more, because they've noticed that properties with 3D visualization, 3D rendering and visualization tends to sell 20 to 30% faster than properties that don't have 3D rendering. And they've also noticed that for their online and social media platforms, they've noticed that when they showcase a building with 3D visualization, it tends to draw and capture potential buyers and clients. Then also, 3D visualization helps them to manage cost, because in the traditional way of pitching a building to a potential client, you have to do the physical staging, where you get furnitures, bring artisans to design the building, and you move those
furniture, and it takes time, it takes logistics, it's more expensive, but with virtual staging, where the 3D visualization comes in place, we tend to make the work easier, stress-free, and with little cost. Also, our market, we have noticed that the architects can't do without 3D visualizers because they need us to bring up their plan, while the property developers also need us to project their buildings, their properties out to them. And we are, at Rendered Verse, we are seeking for the sum of $150,000 to invest. And we feel we can generate funds if we get this money because we are not just an architectural company. We offer our normal 3D visualization services, but we also generate other revenues through creating online training and online expos for architects and contractors so they know the value of 3D visualization. They will also plan on creating 3D assets, African assets that they can't get out there in other websites. They have to buy from us. We give them some cultural assets. So they get to get 3D models, templates, assets, and just a lot of other things. Then we also plan to create immersive and good quality virtual reality and augmented reality services for our clients so they can have a more personal and interactive feeling and connection with properties. Thank you very much.
Okay, just to add to what my team members said about African 3D models, we noticed that there is a limited access to authentic and high-quality 3D indigenous African architectural models. So we at Renderverse, we want to bridge that gap. Everything in our project was created from scratch. Every model was created by us from scratch. So even we can collaborate with game developers, with filmmakers, even hobbies to create your authentic African 3D architectural models right from scratch. And we are calling on you to join us because this is a game-changing opportunity for the future of Africa. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you guys very much. I'll just say that I really, really enjoyed the animation. You know, from the colors, the picture, the simulation, the characters, very, very on point. I think it's one of the best I've seen today. So well done. I don't really have any questions. I just want to say that you need to improve on your pitching. At the beginning, you guys had me, then I got lost at some point, and I came back again. So, well done.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, so mine is not a question either. It's just to tell you that you should please use or add more images to your slides and reduce the text. So, you know, people are more picture-focused and not text-focused. So, yeah, nice animation, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Okay, no questions.
Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause for them. Come on, a better and bigger round of applause for them. I thought that was interesting. To the lady that spoke, what's your name? Greatness what? Linus. Ah. What's your middle name? Stephanie or anything? Okay. In case that you think that gives you extra points. Anyway, thank you very much. The next pitchers are not going to be joining us here. They're joining us virtually. And so if they're ready, is our production team ready? Okay, so please, ladies and gentlemen, just to bear in mind, we have just 2 more to go, and that will be the end of pitching for today. We're going to have the judges' decision, the prizes will be given out, and we'll be coming to, closer to an end of Demo Day 2025. So if the production is ready, please put your hands together for Pitch Fog.
pregnancy complications remain one of the leading causes of death in Nigeria and across Africa. According to sources like the Journal of Global Health Reports and the World Health Organization, Nigeria records over 1,000 maternal deaths per 100,000 live births. With more than 7 million births annually, this translates to over 70,000 maternal deaths each year, excluding the alarming rates of infant mortality. According to rigorous studies carried out to ascertain the various causes of neonatal deaths, lack of access to accurate information and education, as well as misinformation leading to inadequate antenatal and postnatal care, are significant contributors to maternal and infant mortality, accounting for over 60% of total deaths per year. Introducing neonat.io, a personalized pregnancy monitoring app designed to tackle these challenges by empowering women and expectant mothers with accurate, accessible information, sifting through the noise and misinformation, and putting it right in their hands. A tap and a swipe away. They can easily track their pregnancy from conception to childbirth and access all the information required to guide them through this sensitive period. With an interactive and user-friendly interface, concerns can be registered and solutions provided. We also aim to optimize the app, making it available in different native languages, as well as expanding it to other platforms, using technology in smartwatches and Fitbits to track heart rate and other vitals, keeping the expectant mother and baby active and healthy. For a healthy mother, neonat.io.
Nigeria has one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the world, accounting for at least 20% of the global rate. In 2020, the World Health Organization recorded that for every 1,000 live births in Nigeria, we recorded more than 1,000 deaths. The impacts of these deaths are widely felt in economic, personal lives, and especially in the lives of the infants who are left behind. For every 7 million births in Nigeria, which is what we record annually, we have 7,000 deaths. The causes of these deaths are numerous. One of them includes lack of access to good information, poor infrastructure, especially in rural areas, and limited access to antenatal and postnatal care. My name is Favoine Maku, and I'm representing Pitchfork Studio. Today, we are pitching to you neonat.io, a comprehensive digital health app that provides personalized pregnancy tracking for expectant mothers. How does neonat.io work? It works by connecting these mothers to information, medical personnel, by providing a very expansive library of medical articles and 3D animated videos that show them the progress of their pregnancy, showing them the changes that occur in their bodies and that of the children. How do we plan to scale? In our first year, we plan to expand by launching our app in urban areas and partnering with health organizations and doctors in various hospitals. In years 2 and 3, we plan to expand to rural areas by using SMS services and IVR, which is integrated voice recording, and also to partner with community health workers like midwives and nurses. In years 4 to 5, we plan to scale to West African countries that might be experiencing the same things as us. We plan to make our money by using paid subscriptions, though not all our users have to use the paid subscriptions. We plan to set our prices at 1,500 Naira a month. We plan to also make money through sponsorships, partnerships with paid commissions, and data licensing. Why should you invest in neonat.io? Apart from trying to save lives of thousands of mothers and children, we also have a large market potential and plenty scalability options, especially as the digital health industry in Africa is set to hit $18 billion by 2030. You can invest with us today. You can invest with us today. We are seeking 100,000 in pre-seed funding to bring this modern technology, and we're mixing it with offline availability. We're also storing all our data locally to protect our user data by meeting up with national and global health data privacy standards. The best time to invest in neonat.io was yesterday. The second best time is now. Thank you.
So can you please remind us the name of your studio?
Pitchfork Studios.
Pitchfork Studios. Oh, okay, okay.
Sorry, I don't think I saw how much you said you needed and what you needed the money for.
Okay, let me display it once again.
So the question is, how much did you say you needed? Oh, okay.
How much do you?
No, please go on.
Okay, so I was about to break down I'll ask. So we require 150 million. We have gone around and searched with software development teams to find out how much it will take to produce not just any type of app. They have applications out there that might do the same thing, but we want to make sure that we are fully capable. And as Nigerians, we want to develop something that will be in our benefit. Majority of these apps, in as much as we have some built in Nigeria, they are not as equipped and as efficient as we plan to build our application. So we plan to invest majority of our funds on the app development and the AI and offline tools. That contributes a whole lot, which includes improving the equipment and hiring development, other people to join our development team to be sure that we are able to produce the best of the best in Nigeria. Another thing is licensing fees. We plan to do a lot with that, and another thing we also plan to use the funds for is marketing. It's one thing to build an application, it's another thing to bring it out there. We plan to make sure that with funds that we get, we are able to properly market our application to make sure that it gets to people. Because our main aim isn't just about neonates, it's helping mothers. These are people's dreams. People broke up dreaming to have kids one day, and they give birth to these kids and they lose them, and it's really heartbreaking. And here at Pitchfork Studios, it touches our heart, and it's something that is truly devastating, and we do not want people to suffer such. And so we plan to make sure that people can get the most of what they can, of what neonates has to offer.
Well done, guys. I really love the idea behind this app. It's very, very sustainable. I really love that you guys are trying to bring this solution to the problem at hand. I would only suggest that make your animation more appealing. You know, your characters, the illustrations, make them more appealing. But apart from that, well done. Really good. Well done.
All the way from Abuja, Nigeria, Pitchfork Studios. Please give them a round of applause. You know, I said at the beginning that a lot of people, when they think animation, they think cartoons, entertainment, things like that. I hope we've been able to convince you and not confuse you that animation is applicable across a wide range of industries. And that's exactly one of the things we're trying to do with the YAPPI initiative. Finally, you will be pleased to know that we have just one group left to pitch. Yes. And so to close us out on the pitching competition aspect of Demo Day, I'd like to invite representatives of Swiss Studios to the stage. Please give them a round of applause as they come on. Thank you.
In many parts of Africa, agriculture forms the backbone of livelihoods. Yet, farmers face challenges such as unpredictable weather, poor infrastructure, pests, and limited access to modern technology. We import almost everything, even toothpicks. Our reliance on foreign nations for basic necessities like food is slowly suffocating us as a nation. Yet, most of our young people aren't interested in farming. They chase white-collar jobs, turning their backs on the very sector that holds our future. But what if we could change that? What if we could inspire them to see agriculture differently by using modern tools they already love? That's where 3D animation comes in. Through 3D animation, we can simplify complex concepts like efficient irrigation, pest control, and sustainable farming practices.
Seeing these methods in action helps me understand what to do on my farm.
Imagine virtual farms where they can practice modern techniques without risking crops. We can provide real-time updates on weather patterns, disease outbreaks, and market trends, all accessible on mobile platforms, even in remote areas. And most importantly, we can spark the interest of a new generation, showing them that agriculture isn't just a backbreaking job, but a profitable, innovative field powered by modern technology.
I can finally be a better farmer now. There are other businesses and industries that can be improved by leveraging on 3D animation, such as education, healthcare, and many others.
Together, we can make a difference. Let's build a sustainable future for Africa.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ifeogene Edafe, a student of Court 1 YAPPI, and also a member of Swiss Studio, a spectacular, entertaining, and elevation zone powered by YAPPI. And here with me is my colleague.
Testimonials.
At Swiss Studio, we offer suitable 3D animation to help enhance businesses and industries through the power of storytelling.
So the video we just watched clearly shows how 3D animation can improve agriculture. Okay, so this can be extended into other sectors such as education, healthcare, and many others. If you agree with me, we Africans, we tend to prefer foreign industries and companies to the local ones. Not because the local ones are inferior, but because of a neo-colonial mentality due to poor branding. And Swiss Studio seeks to eradicate this predicament by offering our custom animations to businesses, organizations, collaborating with governments and agencies. Swiss Studio is projected to be worth ₦100 million revenue in the space of 5 years. Now, this doesn't just serve as a business for Swiss Studio, but it's a community service because we believe that when we improve businesses, our nation will stand. That's one of the fastest ways to actually better our country. And we seek an investment of ₦20 million to help Swiss Studio become a production house, to acquire equipment and gadgets, hire and train professionals for marketing, and for maintenance. Investors will get 200% of their investment in the space of 5 years. Together, we can build a better Africa with our support. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. This is the first time I'm seeing 3D animation and farming, agriculture together, so that's very interesting. My question is, knowing that we're in a country where technology is not as, is not basically as, like everywhere, especially when it comes to like farming, agriculture. How do you plan to market this product to the farmers, to those in that market? How do you plan to, convince them to go into this?
Okay, so with our storytelling ideas, we hope to show the audience that 3D and, agriculture is a profitable venture. There are actually ways we can, you can be at your home with your phone. You can be monitoring your farm with drones and sensors in place. Now, I want you to understand that at Swiss Studio, we don't just focus solely on agriculture. We also focus on other sectors. We do research and give you ideas on what is needed to improve that business, and we create a 3D animation tailored to communicate these ideas.
Okay. I like that it's Greek focused. Nice. I like that it's 3D too. But what are you guys asking for? What's the funds you're asking for? And what do you plan to use it? How do you plan to use it, rather?
The fund, we are asking for 20 million naira. Okay? So this is for studio setup, acquire equipment and gadgets. When we produce videos, you know, this is really going to inspire people. You understand? With our storytelling ideas.
That's it. Is that it?
Yeah, especially the younger generations.
She just brought up a point, which is you don't necessarily need a studio, right? Like a place to go to every day to work. You can work from home, right?
Yes.
So why do you need 20 million if you do not need a studio?
Okay, so one of the reasons we actually do need a studio, to get this clear. One of the reasons is because our team, we need to come together and work together. And then, yes, actually, I agree with you. We don't necessarily need a studio. We can work from home. So if that's the case.
Okay, so to counter that, I think we need a studio because aside the fact that we need to train the younger generation on agriculture, and we can do this through visuals. The younger generation, our target audience are between the ages of 5 to 30, and literally these people are more attached to visuals. So to create 3D animation content focused on agriculture, we need a studio where we can create these appealing 3D animations.
And also to train young animators.
So from what you just said, it shows that your work is more research focused, and you need to like go out to meet these people because they won't come and meet you in the studio. So I don't think you necessarily need a studio. I think you can work from home, you can work remotely, you can have your team members everywhere, but you need to ensure that these applications you're creating gets to the hand of the end users. You are able to get the trust of the farmers and every organization that deals with farming. So that's basically what the funds should be directed at, and not necessarily studio setup.
Okay, so to add to what you said, we will create campaigns to create awareness, right? But from our video, it was stated that we are not just focused on agriculture. We are also focused on other sectors like healthcare and the rest. So we need a studio to actually create appealing 3D content for these sectors.
And to add to what she says, we create content to simplify complex. We want to, maybe like say in the hospital now, the doctor is trying to perform a surgery. You already create a visual for that. You understand? In the educational sector, what you're trying to teach the students and you're not able to comprehend this, we have like a VR experience. We can also expand into all there's really a potential for growth for Swiss Studios.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can tell the energy is low with that round of applause. That didn't sound like we were pleased. Yeah. And for everyone who has come here to pitch, you understand how difficult it is to put your point across. So your applause should be louder, really. I should also quickly mention, I feel like we've ignored the people on this side most of the event, because the podium is down that way. So we apologize. I owe all of you guys a big hug, but thank you very much. Come, please make some noise if you've been on this side, all right, please. Thank you very much. We've had very interesting pitches so far. I'm sure that everybody has been pleased with the creative ideas that we've seen today. So while our judges are putting together the results, so we'll know who gets to win the major prize, who's going to be the first and second runner-up, Would like to invite forward the head business and brand development for the Del York Creative Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Uzo Orimalade.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know you guys don't need any more speeches, so I'm just going to make it very, very quick. First of all, a big round of applause to every team that pitched. Largely cohort 1. You guys worked very, very hard. I happen to know that there were meetings at 8 a.m. There were meetings at 9:30, 9:45, and it shows. So we would like to recognize you and really thank you for your dedication. A round of applause again. Our future Yappians, cohort 2, where are we? There we go. This time next year, we're expecting that you will surpass what this team has done, right? There we go. There we go. We're especially proud of the fact that there's so many uses that you guys have brought up. I know that when the YAPPI program started, one of the things we kept trying to enforce was that animation is more than just cartoons. It's more than just animated movies. And the scope of the pitches shows that you understand that. We saw agriculture, we saw healthcare, we saw the built environment, and that's absolutely amazing. It's not too early for cohort 2 to start thinking about the ideas that you want to incorporate for your pitches for next year. Something else that stood out to me was how a lot of the pitches intersect with each other. So please be open to collaboration, be open to connecting with each other, and actually having cross teams that can actually make a difference. So we don't want more speeches, right? So can I just ask one or two people some of the things that you would like to see the YAPPI program incorporate for you going forward? Just 2 or 3 people. So I'm not talking at you. Just tell us some things you'd like to see. Imagine that there was no geographical border, there was no money issues. What kinds of things would you like to see the YAPPI program incorporate? And Ms. Tawa, who has the microphone, just indicate interest. We're giving out audio prizes for people who participate. So I see some hands up. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. Actually, I decided to speak on behalf of one of the second cohorts. She reached out to me via WhatsApp. She said due to proximity, it is very hard for her to actually attend the class. So I said, okay, maybe after the event, I'll try to see who I can talk to. Right now, she's in Benin Republic. Yes, so she said that she's actually missing out on the on-site classes. And I'm glad that you said we should ask a question. So what I want to suggest or ask, is there a way that the YAPPI and Del York, for people like her, due to proximity, because she's missed out on the on-site classes, and she's also said she's also a student, and although she said there were 2, she did submit a YAPPI ID to me. I said I'll push it forward to anybody I see at the end of the event and explain. If there is a way, one of the tutors on the on-site could at least, now this is a solution that came up from my head, but it's all thanks to Mr. Uchena at the Cabelena class. Because what
project, oh, there we go, it's back.
Okay, because what I want to suggest is if some of the tutors can collab together and put these on-site classes in some form of a YouTube link so that the likes of the cohort student who is far away in Benin Republic wouldn't miss out and she can practice at home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your feedback. I know that this is probably a topic that a lot more of our Yappians are facing. So my challenge to you as well, let's throw it out. You guys are creating cutting-edge solutions to different projects. So how about thinking about creating solutions using animation and the things that you're learning from YAPPI that can help solve this type of a problem? So that's my challenge to you. We had somebody else's hand up. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Good day, everyone.
All right, I just have a little suggestion to make. Number one, like we cannot see the little, what we have viewed this afternoon, they're wonderful. And we've really fed our eyes. One thing is, the projects that was being presented were like similar and similar. I just want to suggest that probably when the projects were to be disbursed, then maybe there should be a page or a group that will be project suggestions. People can also suggest, and then maybe they can pick something to work on. Lack of little space can limit on what to work on. Then secondly, the team. Like in each team, I believe that expertise of like different fields should be brought together, which I think is done. Then thirdly, someone like me, I went to Ladoke Akitola University. I studied graphics. But one thing is, the education is backdated. Like, for example, what lecturers were being taught is still what we are being taught. So I don't know if YAPPI can extend things like this to universities, like suggesting to them, like when I was on campus, I had this system, and I've tried Blender, Maya, Animation 4D, and my system almost blew off while I was getting to some stage. So we had a passion, but there was no equipment made for us there. So I believe there are people who have this passion and can deliver something so strong. So maybe there should be extension to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Those comments are well noted. One thing you have to know as creative people is you will only produce the best if you're passionate about what it is that you do. So trying to enforce project topics may not be of interest to everyone. So just bear that in mind. So I think the best approach really is if you have a team constitution, then people should be able to put forward their ideas and you vote on it and it will go from there. Thank you. Judges, are we ready? It doesn't look like it. So I have one lady here. I'll take one more comment, and then the judges should be ready. Tawa, we have one person here. Okay, she's right behind you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Zeno again. Please, thank you very much, YAPPI, for this opportunity. I don't know if it's possible for the classes to be, for the number of days of the experience in class to be increased. Once a week is a lot, but we wish we could have it maybe twice in a week in the future, maybe for cohort 3. I know that can be for cohort 2. Yeah, but I'm just thinking about like how they will do that. But it would be nice because there's so much to learn, and it feels like it's overwhelming with just one day in a week. We use the rest days to practice, but that experience in class is mind-blowing. So that's one. Then the second one is, I do not know if we could have like access to have like the digital tablet experience, like a Wacom or an XP pen artist, where you can draw characters, do like real-life character animation beyond the teachings that we've had in class. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our YAPPI team, I believe our program lead is going to speak with us at some point, but I know we're going to take that under advisement. This is the first gathering where people are craving for more school. It's very unusual, so I will very, very commend all of you. Thank you so much. Judges, are we ready? You guys are making it tough for them because they're still deliberating. So let's make this something a little bit fun and interesting. I know that from 2 of the talents that we saw, they're multi-talented. So not only are they animators, there was spoken word, and the young lady could also sing. So who wants to show us another bit of their talent? You never know, you may be discovered here that is outside of your animation. Anybody brave enough to volunteer? Who can sing or crack jokes or something else? Any volunteers? Well, all hands are pointing to someone, so you have 2 minutes. So imagine that who is a famous Simon Cowell, is here, and you're going to audition for X Factor. So you have only 2 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Who has a microphone, please, to pass to?
Okay, so hi,
please come forward. Introduce yourself, first of all. People have to remember your name so that they don't give your destiny to somebody else.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Joanido, and apart from 3D animation, initially, I was part of cohort 1, but I couldn't complete because I had to go to school for my education. But anyways, YAPPI has taught me a lot. And aside from 3D animation, I draw, and I specialize in portraiture. So if you want to know more about me, I have a website. You can check on your phones right now. A beginner's crash course to portraiture.com.ng. And you'll see my portfolio. You can also book a session. So when you type in there your message or inquiry, it will reach me in my email at a beginner's crash course @gmail.com. And there's also a free PDF if you want to learn on proportions. Also, I released my portraiture course this February. So if you have anyone that's interested in arts, especially in portraiture, they can just go to my website and pay for it. So thank you. That's what I do.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think the judges are ready now. Big kudos to you for pitching. What I will say is, do you have any courses or something that uses your mobile phone?
Yeah, the courses are on the website.
No, I'm saying, can you use your mobile phone to shoot the pictures?
Okay, yeah, I can. But I have to reach the technical team.
Okay, no, I'm just asking. No, I'm saying that going forward, you have to understand that a lot of people cannot afford expensive equipment. So whatever it is you're teaching, are you teaching them to use portraiture using your mobile phone?
So basically my course, it deals with just graphite pencils. Since it's pencils and pencil art, so most of the time you see that people draw a lot, but they don't get the desired results or shadings they want. So there are different types of pencils and different types of grades, which people don't know. So we have the B, 2B, HB, all that kind of stuff. So in my course, I'll teach you how to use those pencils to achieve portraits.
Thank you. Osarage.
Please put your hands together for her. All right, are we ready? All right, just to once again highlight that right behind this wall that you can see here, there are employers looking to also pull you into their team. And it's one of the things that we hope that we can achieve today to get a certain, number of us, to be employed, to find work, just like, our friends who have already found work with FCMB. There are employers in the booths right behind. There's about 10 or 14 of them that are waiting. So if you want to have direct conversations with people who could possibly employ you, please just go to the booths behind. And if you have already had those conversations, we wish you all the absolute best. We're getting our results ready. In fact, actually, they're ready. And we're getting the checks ready. So very soon, we're going to be knowing who amongst us, which of these teams were the most fascinating and were able to convince the judges that they deserve, they maybe wouldn't get the $50,000 that they asked for. I saw some people ask for 150 million. In this Nigeria, 150 million. People are strong, very strong. But congratulations in advance to everyone. And we hope that you actually do get, even if you don't get it here, you will find it. Let this be the beginning of your creative juices, bearing fruit. Tawa, do we have it? Okay.
Thank you, Sarage, and thank you to all of you for your patience and your engagement through this process. Now, just before we present the gifts and list our winners, I'd like to say a very huge thank you to our sponsors, the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. Please give them a round of applause as I call their names. They're a huge part of making today possible, and we're very grateful for their support and partnership. First City Monument Bank, FCMB, Nord Motors, thank you. Please give them a round of applause as we continue to call them. MBO Capital, NITDA, and Imperial Head Tech. Now, when you hear a University of Lagos, now when you hear some of the gifts that they gave us for our groups, you realize that these are brands that are dedicated to education and youth empowerment. Now, the second runner-up from today's pitching competition will go on with a couple of things. The second runner-up group, and I'm going to list them now. They will go on with a cash prize of 500,000 naira. They will go with a tablet from Imperial Head Tech. They will get a 3-month workspace voucher from the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, and they will get 1 trackpad. So if PHCN in your area is behaving somehow, you have a workstation to go to, fire up your laptop, and get your work done. We tried, Abby. So please give a round of applause again for all of our sponsors. Thank you so much. The first runner-up, which is the second position, that group will go on with a whooping sum of 1 million naira. And that's not all. They'll also get 1 tablet, courtesy Imperial Head Tech. They will get a 6-month workspace voucher from LSCTF, the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, and they will get 2 track pads for their trouble. And now the winner of today's pitching competition. The winning group. Do you want to hear what they are going to get? Okay, let's do it. A whooping sum of 2 million naira. 1 tablet courtesy Imperial EdTech, an entire year's workspace voucher courtesy the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. Somebody said, how? You see? And every single group member will get a trackpad for their personal use and business use. Please give a round of applause for all of our sponsors. Thank you to the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, First City Monument Bank, Nord Motors, MBO Capital, NITDA, and Imperial EdTech. And now, it's time for the announcement part, which I'm sure that you've all been waiting for. Let me just say, before we call our top 3, all of the 10 groups that pitched, can you give me a wave? Please give yourselves a resounding round of applause. I know it's cliche to say things like, oh, everybody's a winner, so I'm not going to tell you that. What I am going to tell you is that the changes happens in the process. So it might feel like, oh, only 3 groups are winning. But for this process, there were late nights, early mornings. I mean, we know we worked with you. You ideated, you refined your ideas, you listened to feedback, oh, this doesn't work right, let's animate this better. And you went back and got all of that done. You learned how to work in groups, how to have conflicts and resolve it, how to work with people that some of them you don't even have any similarities with. And those are all skills that you're going to need forever. So even if you don't see it now, you've gained invaluable things for this experience. I hope that you can see it, but even if you don't right now, I hope that you see the many ways that it bears fruits as you journey forward. We're extremely, exceedingly proud of you. You gave a lot of heart to this process. You took it extremely seriously, and we just look forward to all of the wonderful, wonderful things that you will do in this sector. During the panel discussion, when Mr. Elegba was speaking, and he was saying that, oh, they have clients in Dubai, in China, in different countries, all I was thinking about was, wow, in 5 years, that's our YAPPI alumni saying that they're working with clients across all of this country. Is it not? Yes. So we look forward to all of that happening. For the purpose of today, I'd like to call on Ms. Stella Fubara, the Managing Director of the Del York Development Company, to present the prize for the second runner-up group. Thank you so much, ma'am. Please give her a round of applause as she ascends the stage. Thank you very much.
now?
Please, that would be fantastic. Fantastic. Yes, thank you.
Okay. The mic was on. I finished hearing everything. I've been asked to do this now before we announce the second runner-up, and you've taken the paper. Like Uzo said, today has been amazing, and it has been an eye-opener for me. I know nothing, I don't even know what trackpad is. I know nothing about animation, and today has blown my mind. And I'm so proud to be part of the Del York group, working with Mastercard Foundation on this. This is amazing. Other people think it's amazing, and they sent some of their junior representatives to be here today to watch today, and they couldn't be here themselves. But they saw enough, and aside from the winners that the judges have selected, we have two Del York Group supporters that want to show their support for YAPPI, and they have selected their own winners to support. So in no particular order, and I will give the names of the supporters. One of the groups supporting is called RockNet Technologies. RockNet has chosen to give 2 million naira split between two presentations. Pixel Vest gets 1 million. And I don't know if I'm saying this one correctly. Renderverse? Is there Renderverse? Okay. Okay. And then another person supporting this, when I say his name, you'll probably know why he's supporting this group. He, actually, he's the ex, I don't know, chairman or something of NNPC Upstream, and he loved what Kairos did. So 1 million for Kairos. And I will, whoever, I mean, you guys will tell me how to transfer the money to them. So now can we announce the second runner-up?
Are we excited? Can we give another round of applause to all of our sponsors? Thank you so much. We appreciate your support.
So I'm announcing the second runner-up. Again, you're all winners. The second runner-up gets 500,000, 1 tablet from Imperial Education, 3 months workspace voucher from Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, and a trackpad. And the winner is Peach Fog Studios. Are they still here? You have to be here to win, though. If you left before your time, we'll pick another second winner. Oh, they're in Abuja. Peach Fog. Okay, can we see their joy or something? Can we hook up with Abuja team? So, Abuja Peach Fog Studios, you are the winner of 500,000 naira, 1 tablet, 3 months workspace, and a trackpad. I'm assuming that they can see this. No, stand here. Okay, can they speak so that they can acknowledge they... Oh, I've got slippers on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just cut it. My shoes are
Once thank everyone so much for this opportunity and giving us a platform for the things. It's because of the things we were able to learn through YAPPI, I will able to come to this stage, and we will give credit where credit is due. Once thank YAPPI and tell them what they did.
Congratulations, Team Pitchfork. We're very exceedingly proud of you. Congratulations. Now to present the prizes for the first runner-up, which is the second position, I'd like to invite Mrs. Stephanie Linus to the stage, please. Please give her a round of applause as she comes here. Thank you so much.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Congratulations to you guys. You guys are amazing. I am so impressed. And personally, I look forward to working with all of you. Definitely. And congratulations to Terry as well. For this first runner-up, you've already mentioned it, you're getting 1 million naira, 1 tablet from Imperial EdTech, 6 months workspace vouchers, courtesy of LSC ETF, and 2 tracking pads. And the winner is Pixel Verse. Oh.
Congratulations, Pixelverse. And now for the winner. Well, I just received the quick update that, we've decided that there's no winner this year. You people should meet me outside so we can negotiate. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly invite forward to present the check for the winner of the pitch section of Demo Day 2025. Please, our CEO and founder, a round of applause for Mr. Linus Idahosa. And for the record, the winner gets 2 million naira, 1 tablet courtesy Imperial EdTech, 1 year workspace voucher courtesy LSETF, and 1 trackpad for each member.
And the winner is, somebody should drum. I'm not hearing the drums. Drum. And the winner is Neogen. Congratulations. Give them a round of applause.
Congratulations to Neogen. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise.
Take them, take it there.
All right, so let the pictures just be with the Neogen crew.
Congratulations once again to Neogen, first place, Demo Day 2025 pitch. Can we have the judges please come forward? Let's have the judges please come forward for pictures as well. Please kindly wait back. All the winners, please, all the winners. Pixelverse, Neogen, our first winners are in Abuja, so they can't be here, but all right. All the winners, please come forward. We would like to take pictures also with our CEO and founder, Mr. Linus. Congratulations once again to everyone. Can we have the music continue, please? And just to remind everyone to please stop over at the booths behind. The career fair continues. Go see what you can get from any of those companies who are present behind. That's why they're here. No, they're in Abuja. The representatives from Imperial EdTech as well. Quickly, please. Some of our partners are also here and they would like to join the pictures. Imperial EdTech, they've given out tablets to our winners. So it's a really full stage because we have so many people who are winning today. Remember, the career fair is right behind. Please stop over there at any of those booths behind. Congratulations to all our winners. Pitchfork, Pixelverse, Neogen, the three winners at this year's EdTech. This year's Demo Day. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just to once again remind everyone, please stop by at the booths behind. The career fair is still very much live and we have employers waiting over there. We'd like to once again call forward the Managing Director, Del York Development Company, Ms. Stella Fubara, to help with quick closing statements. We've had a fantastic Demo Day 2025, and I'm sure everyone is completely pleased.
All right, everyone, I'll make this really quick. Can you hold your excitement for just 5 seconds? Just 5 seconds. I'll make this really quick. It's been an amazing day. Aside from God, who we naturally thank at all times, please, a standing ovation for our founder and chairman of Del York Group. This is a vision, and it takes a lot to bring a vision to reality. This is the first Demo Day, and it is amazing. Please, a warm round of applause for Mr. Linus and his wife, Miss Stephanie. If you know Mr. Linus, he has too many visions. Those of us that work directly with him, when we see his phone call, we panic because we don't know what the next vision is, and it's always high. but you look at this and you see how you take a vision to reality. We are already asking ourselves, we cannot wait till next year's demo day. A seed goes through the planting process and a journey to become a tree. Those of you who are in cohort 2, this should be an inspiration to you of what can come. So work hard between now and next year so that you too will be up on stage with recognition or winning something. We're so grateful to Mastercard Foundation's partnership. We hope that this day has inspired you all into your potential and what you can be. That if no one else sees your capabilities, Del York Group and Mastercard Foundation have laid a platform for you. Thank you all for spending your entire day with us here, and we look forward to all your miracles and your achievements over the next 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as we head out, please remember to stop over at the booths behind for the career fair. Have interactions with any of those companies there who are here to, of course, see what they can also add to their workforce. So please stop over there, make sure that you interact with them. Thank you very much, Tawakalit, for being such a phenomenal co-host. And it's goodbye from me.
Cohort 1 participants, please stop by the campus for your certificates. I know you had a lot of questions about it. We have your certificates. Please stop by the campus to get yours. Thank you all so much for coming, and safe travels back to your destinations. Bye-bye.